call this meeting to order. The regular council meeting for Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025 is called to order at 7:17 p.m. We're going to first have a moment of silent meditation, followed by a pledge of allegiance. Go ahead.
But the day sort of
of the United States of America,
Tuesday, the what should say,
one nation, under God, indivisible.
that was he.
Very much. Now, clerk, can you have a roll call, please?
Roll call, Mayor Nickerson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Martin. Councilperson Irby.
Present.
Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Also present for the record. Attorney, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Next, we're going to do approval of the agenda.
I have a motion to add the new item G1, a statement from Councilperson Hermont to the residents of El Portal.
Let's make it H2 under agenda items, and we'll move the agenda items up because I think that the H1 is good for this meeting also. So we'll move the H1 and H2. That will be H2. We'll move those up to before the G's. We'll redo them later. And so we have that. With that, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Vice Mayor Martin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Winters. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none. Next week is the first good and welfare. This is the good and welfare where you can come and talk about anything on the agenda that you want to say.
I've got one thing I'd like to say.
Okay.
Okay, I'll keep it to 3 minutes. All right, this is essentially a lot of what I'll be saying at the end of the meeting as well. I'd like to put everyone at ease before I begin these comments by letting you know that by the time I'm done speaking, all of you here for an agenda item tonight will feel a little more at ease with a little of the pressure taken off of the weight and stress of coming in here to navigate this. The reason my comments that will begin now pertain to this agenda is because we have a problem with the overall societal stability, which is absolutely going to be affecting our property values, our ability for residents to remain gainfully employed and pay all their bills. And so in the following 2 minutes, I would like to address a couple of things. Firstly, when I first moved into El Portal, I was living here for about 2 weeks. And I had noticed 3 guys older hanging out on the block in the evenings. And so I found myself out there talking to my new neighbors. And one of them says, "Hey, welcome to the UN. We got Trinidad, Jamaica, Haiti, Iceland. We're gringos. We got another gringo across the street. We got everybody represented, right?" And this was a man he was Jamaican. He had spent 30 years planting fruit trees on his property. And then he had a heart attack and passed, and it was all very sad for the block. And his wife sold the house and moved out to Hawaii. His daughter's in the Air Force. And so the developers came in and chopped down all fruit cheap, right? And honestly, I'll say that's all good and well. I personally am glad to have known him for the time we had him, and I'm glad to have known someone who was able to spend a lifetime cultivating fruit trees on such a small piece of property. Perhaps maybe I can do that one day. And so I say that because of the concept in this country of e pluribus unum. Okay? So I have 1 minute left. I'm going to give the first history lesson of the evil, and I'll give you the second at the end of the night, if anyone wishes to stick around. E pluribus unum is in Latin. It's a rhetorical question, but does anybody know why Latin is the language of science and modern human civilization? It is because Catholic botanists discovered that vegetation, meaning plants, are sentient, thoughtful, and sexually expressive beings. The Catholic Church could not tolerate that and buried all scientific knowledge in the dead language of Latin. That's why Latin is the language of science today. E pluribus unum. E pluribus unum leads into the concept that the sum of the parts is greater than the whole, okay? So my 3 minutes is up. I'll give you another history lesson at the end of the evening. but I would like to say that any residents who truly care about the future of South Florida South should be reaching out to their state representatives here in the state of Florida and demanding that they not allow the dismantling of our society that so many people have died to ensure for us with a future. Thank you very much, Mr.
Anyone else, good and welfare? First good and welfare is for the agenda items. Any agenda items? You also have a chance to talk about any agenda item once we get to the agenda item also.
I thought
Seeing, hearing no one else for good and welfare. Let's move to consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve consent?
So,
Moved by, who's that? Vice Mayor Martin, second by Councilperson Urban. All in favor say aye.
I,
All opposed say nay. Hearing none. So now we're moving to the agenda items. So we're gonna go to H1, discussion of procedural guidelines for public meetings. Vice Mayor Martin.
Thank you so much, guys. And I do want to emphasize that this item is a discussion at this point, but I hope we do take into consideration what we hear tonight, speak to some residents, see what works, and hopefully, if we do have an item where we have to act on it, become kind of fully equipped. My thoughts are just to promote just an orderly and productive meeting, that we should stick a little more closely to those time limits that we have set forth in the agenda. So I'm not necessarily concerned with 3 minutes, because just as Councilman Urban obviated, 3 minutes can be insufficient to fully flesh out your idea, but we need to land on some sort of time limit that we are then going to urge the residents to stick to. Not because we're trying to limit anyone's ability to participate in the meeting, but I think that this makes it easier for everyone to participate. There are residents that are finding it very difficult to come to the meetings and sit through so that they can participate just because of the length of time that our meetings are taking, and I think that that is a concrete step that we can take to remedy that issue. And I think if we look at some other municipalities, there are time limits that are pretty strictly enforced. 3 minutes may be insufficient, but maybe we need to take some time and think and talk to the residents about a time limit that might be more reasonable, and allow them and their fellow villagers to fully participate in our meetings. So that was one of the items I wanted to speak on. The second item is that notice question. So I've spoken to our attorney, and our attorney has told me and assured me that our notice is proper, and the emails that we are sending out are more so a courtesy. But I will say that for the last meeting, I received the email, and then upon some further digging, I realized that my husband had not received the email, and he's definitely signed up as well. So I do want us as a village to look into utilizing an outside system where those emails that are sent out to the residents, we can verify that they've actually been delivered. I know the clerk and I have been in preliminary conversations about some systems that maybe other municipalities are using, and I would love for us to flesh out that conversation to see if there is a better way by which we can not only send those messages, but verify that they are being received. Because I definitely don't want to give anyone a false sense of security that they're receiving these emails if they're actually not, because of some user error or system error. So those are just the two things that I want us to think about. The ways in which we can limit this meeting, the time limit for discussion of certain items so that we can encourage more robust participation, and the way in which we deliver that supplemental notice to residents.
perfect. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor.
Councilman, Attorney Miller.
Attorney Miller.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If I might, Vice Mayor, may I add one additional thought in the spirit of what you're discussing?
Sure.
Um, You certainly want there to be a full discussion that permits all residents who have something to say to have the opportunity to be heard. So you appoint that time limit, it's obviously well taken, whatever that time limit is. There can be flexibility, but at least if it's not strict, it should be a guideline. But the other thing I might add is, everybody that speaks can have a right, if they hear comments that someone else has made, to respond to that. So it's not in any way, it would be in fact good to be sure that everybody gets not just one, but two opportunities to be heard. Beyond two, though, you don't want necessarily to have cross debate back and forth between people, which can go on indefinitely. The mayor could, when someone has had not one but two bites at the apple, if they wish to be heard again, inquire as to whether they have something that actually has not been said yet, as opposed to people just reiterating their positions and repeating things that have already been heard both by the villagers and by the members of the dais. So I suggest that that might be something that you want to do, where you say, well, okay, you've had not one but two opportunities, because again, people should be able to respond to the other comments they hear. But after that, not that they can't speak again, but the mayor can say, is what you're going to say something that both the villagers present and the dais has not heard yet, in which case, go ahead, still subject to the time limit. But it's not necessarily in the interest, as you point out, of people who want to come and make their point and see the outcome and not spend all night, for the same person to speak 5 and 6 times when a lot of the content is situate with.
No, your point is definitely well taken, and something that the mayor can feel out as we go and as we flesh this idea out. But I do think that a time limit, and one that is more closely adhered to, it is really imperative at this point, just to make sure that we are able to do city business while still making it accessible and easy for residents to come to the village hall and feel like they've been heard by the body.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, I appreciate that. Anyone else from the council?
Yeah, so I guess, cutting to the chase, I feel like something on the order of 5 minutes with 2 opportunities basically still offers triple the amount of time that most people would get in any other, debating body. And so I think part of the reason for having a time limit in the first place is because at some point you do need people to organize their thoughts and have clear and prepared and concise statements as they come to talk. Now, new information can come, oh, I hadn't thought of that, right? So now a second opportunity to at least address, something that you hadn't thought of. But so the attorney's point, I do think by the end of that second opportunity, regardless of the time frame, now you've had someone who's had time to sit and think about it, hear new information, come up with a new thought, step up and present. And so beyond that, meaning the third time to the podium, essentially you're now guaranteed almost to be in a circular logic pattern of redundancy and repetition of points, and now you have entrenchment basically, right? So, and then that's certainly what we're trying to avoid, because that's not productive for moving business forward. So I would just offer, I'm at 5 minutes, 2 times each. I'm certainly open to other options.
you very much, Councilperson Urban. Anyone else from the council?
I think that number sounds good, that 5 minutes. If we are going to do this, I do think an increase of the time limit is warranted, so people don't feel too rushed while we kind of navigate our way around this. So I like the 5 minutes. I think we could just mull it over a little bit and see, but 5 minutes and 2 opportunities to respond, I think sounds quite sufficient.
Very much.
Vice Mayor Mark. Just one more comment. So, like, for example, a county commission meeting, I mean, you get an opportunity to speak, but you certainly feel that some of it is performative, where you feel frustrated that sometimes the commissioners aren't even required to listen to you. You're just speaking into a microphone. So,
Very much, Councilperson Urban.
anyone else from the council?
Hearing none, this agenda item, the procedural guidelines for public meetings. Anyone from the audience want to say something about this particular agenda item?
I have a question. Do I have to come to the front or can I speak from here?
You have to come to the front.
To the podium?
Just say your full name, your address for the record, please.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Latanya Campbell. I live at 175 Northwest Ipswich Street here in Alberta. I want to add that I am in agreement with the Titus Straits. However, I think that we should also use the website as a medium to essentially organize the meeting, so that the key topics that will be up for discussion would also be there, so that everyone could prepare in advance. I see a lot of you have already prepared if you're bored to, discuss the different requirements relating to your practices. So those kinds of things, so at least when you are presenting or discussing different points, you're able to speak in a constructive manner and reuse that time efficiently. And then this way, going back to what you were saying regarding a system, that would be a good way to have a system that will help maintain some organization, have transparency for us, the residents. And also, it could also be linked to the email, so that everything could also be sent to everyone else who wasn't here for the meeting, so that everyone in the community is on the same page.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else for this particular item? All right, hearing, seeing none, we'll move right along to item H2. Councilperson Urban?
Yeah, so I'll just finish by saying that, reminding everybody, as I said in the last meeting, I'm from the Midwest. I'm born in 1979. You meet any white male my age or older by even one day who's born in North America, I can guarantee you that they learned about 50 jokes about murdering black men by the time they were age they were 10. Prove me wrong, you can't. So, what does that have to do with the residents of El Portal? We're not a community that supports white supremacy. We don't have an issue with white supremacy here. We just have an issue with one in Tallahassee is all. And it will affect us. So what's occurring in the state right now is the elimination of the middle class. If you are not self-insured, you are not welcome in Florida any longer. Read the writing on the wall. Raise your hand if you've had difficulty with a home insurance organization in the past 5 years. Guys, understand how this affects us. When you have mediocrity at the head of leadership, we're going to have disastrous outcomes. Everybody's giggling right now because there's $6 trillion up and downs in the stock market, and it doesn't affect anybody. Anybody here work in retail? Raise your hand. Anybody have any connection to the retail industry? Quite a privileged crowd here. So, understand this. Q3, Q4, guys, the international community has abandoned the United States. You need to be calling your representatives in Tallahassee and demanding that they correct this. There is one slur for white people that not even white people know. They're afraid of it. They don't know it. They've never heard it before. It's called Indian giver. Indian giver. Indian giver is not a slur against Native Americans. It is a slur against white, colonizing Europeans. Better learn your history or we're gonna sink. You guys need to call your representatives and demand that we end this white supremacy giggle fest of ridiculousness that is occurring at the top of the leadership in this state. It is beyond unacceptable. It is going to end in ruin. So, if you are self-insured, congratulations. If you are not, Florida does not want you here anymore. Customer statement.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Irvine. Anyone for H2 from the council?
See?
Anyone from the audience want for H2? H2, hearing, seeing none. Moving right along, we're going to the resolutions. Attorney Geller, if you want to stand up and swear everybody in who's going to be speaking, possibly speaking. Everybody who's going to be making a comment about any of the site plans, everybody coming for the site plans, stand, raise your right hand. Attorney Geller has to swear you in. If you think you may be speaking on any of the site plans, stand and raise your right hand. Attorney Geller will swear you in.
Now, this is, just to be clear, if you're in favor or if you're gonna speak against, if you're gonna have any comment on any site plan, if you're opposed to one or you're supporting it, you're giving testimony. So anybody that's gonna speak on any of these site plans, please stand and raise your hand. You're strictly an observer, you don't have to, but if you think you might wanna get up there, even if you're not sure, try and get sworn in. So, repeat after me. I, and state your name,
I, Desmond Horsley,
do hereby solemnly swear
do hereby solemnly swear
that the testimony I will give tonight
That's the advice.
will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and either so help me God, or you may take an affirmation. Thank you. Witness is one.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hammond, if you really want to come to this podium, please.
Now, do you want me to read these resolutions we got?
I will go ahead.
Straight one, let's say what?
All right, so we're on resolution G1. Attorney Geller, if you want to go ahead and read that into the record.
Just make the rules.
Item G1, resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, authorizing the approval of a variance for an after-the-fact driveway in the swale at 456 Northeast 88th Street, as requested by Marcus Leone, which does not comply with section 24-B.15 parking standards of the Code of Ordinances, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. Item G1.
Thank you very much. For G1, Ms. Hammond, were there any further approvals or conditions that they had to have come into the council meeting, or is everything the same?
And it is the same application that was approved at the planning board meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have any questions or comments from the council, or do I have a motion?
Almost to approve.
Move to approve, Councilperson Irvine. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilperson Winters. Is there any question from the audience about this particular item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, for item G1, now please have a roll call, please, for G1.
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Irvine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moore.
No.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1.
Thank you very much. Next is G2. Attorney Geller, can you read G2 into the record for us, please?
Yes, sir. Resolution G2, resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval for new construction of a two-story residence at 44 Northeast 88th Street in Zone 3, suburban residence in the Village of El Portal. An application by G3C and DG Developer LLC, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for appeal, providing for an effective date.
All right, thank you very much. For this resolution, G2, is the applicant here for resolution G244 Northeast 88th Street?
Yes, they're here.
Who
the applicant come up for us real quick?
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing? Give me 1 second, my brother.
That's Steve.
We're just trying to figure out a legal situation here. We're trying to figure out if, for the camera, I think we went through this one time before, if the applicant has to come up and we call the site plan.
The applicant should present, they don't have to speak, Mayor.
Yeah, they don't have to speak.
They should present.
But they should present themselves physically at the
If they're
opposing.
present, they're not
If they're present.
required to be present, but if they're here, they should come up. But the most important thing is when the staff report is given, you do have to accept the staff report into evidence. Once you've accepted it, the staff report alone, with or without an applicant presentation. Staff report is sufficient. It doesn't have to be done verbally, but the report needs to be offered by the planning consultant and accepted by the commission, the council.
But if the client is in the audience, they have to come up physically to make it legal?
No. They should present themselves, but no, because they're not even required to come. You can approve it in the absence of the applicant. They don't have to be here. No.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Which the staff report was accepted on number one?
No, we'll do that. Okay. All right. Ms. Hammonds, were there any conditions, were there any changes or any
There were no changes between now and the planning board approval.
Okay, no change, everything exactly the same as planning and zoning?
Yes.
Do I have any questions or comments from the council, or do I have a motion to approve?
Mayor, the clerk points out to me, as far as applicants, that they're not required to come up, but they have to be offered the opportunity to come up. Now, if the council is prepared to act as it did, it's not necessary that they make a presentation. It's not necessary that they stand up, but they have to be offered the opportunity. That's no problem.
Do I have any questions or comments from the council, or do I have a motion to approve?
You have one question. Please just remind me the living space square footage that we're talking about. Yep. Go.
4,944.
Yes. So, my only question is, the number of rooms doesn't bother me. I have 4 kids, so I need a 10-bedroom house. I have a 3-bedroom house. On paper, it's 2. So, the number of bedrooms doesn't bother me. Does the square footage of this property fit in with, I know we've gone over this, but that's the only concern I have, is that this is an outsized property compared to almost any other property in the area. What are the comparables in terms of square footage anywhere near this property?
That I know of, we did not go through that exercise, but just for, it's over 8,000 square feet is the lot size.
Right.
And it's 2 stories.
So we're at like, and so the coverage is, just want to remind everybody to
Okay.
the record here.
Let me get my glasses.
Sure.
Coverage is,
If I could, so the reason I'm asking, so the reason I'm asking is because that's really half the battle here, is any new project, does it essentially fit with where the village is trying to be in the future, right? So, I just want to be very clear, because it does seem like you've taken a great deal of care and effort to stick within the guidelines that are required, and still, honestly, put a pretty large property on that space.
It's 37%. It's under 40.
Okay, and then just please remind me, as far as amenities in the backyard go, what all are we talking? We're talking pool plus, grill patio plus, what are we talking about in terms of amenities in the backyard?
Full deck and the house.
Pool driveway.
And that's included in the
Yeah,
coverage.
fantastic. Okay, I just want to be clear on that. I will make the motion to approve.
Second.
yeah, motion to approve, Councilperson Irfan, we have a second, Councilperson Winters. We're going to move to accept the staff report for evidence. Hold on, yeah,
It's like the proposal that
I'll come to you guys next.
Mayor, on the staff report, instead of taking a motion, you can just accept it as mayor unless there's objection from somebody on the council.
Okay,
Without
so-
objection, we can accept.
Okay, so I'm going to accept these, staff reports, record of evidence.
Okay.
The, you did, is there any further discussion from the council? You have to open the public hearings. Is there any further discussion from the council? I think that will probably, hearing none, moving to the audience, so anybody who wants to talk about this particular item on 44 Northeast Street, new site plan, come up to the podium and state your full name and your address for the record, and the floor is open. Could I say your name and address?
Hi, my name is Denise White, and I'm 173 Northwest 88th Street. And I know that's a little far away from this one, but in front of my house is one that looks something like that one, right? So if this one sets precedence, then I have to wonder. Number one, how big and how much space are we gonna take up? And number two, is it gonna be over 2 million? Are my taxes gonna go up? Is my question. And number three, are you gonna just sink a whole bunch of concrete in that? So that the neighbors in that area now have flooding? These are my questions. They say I should have gone to the zoning committee once. Well, I didn't know that was happening. I know this one's happening though. And these are my questions. And I see a whole bunch of things passing, and they pass them so quickly, people don't even have time to get it together and figure out what's passing. Maybe I'll come to more meetings. I'm excited yet. But yeah, these are my issues, and it's what I want to know. I know it.
Thank you. Who's next for this particular?
Which would you like to answer? No, I don't have.
No, we'll get all the questions first.
Okay.
Hi, I'm George Alvarez, and I live on 165 Northwest 88th Street, 3 blocks from this proposal. I guess I'm a little confused about what the square footage is, because it said something about 4,998 square footage. I don't know if that includes the garage areas or any non-livable spaces, but I do know that the lot is a little bit, it's between 8,000 and 8,100 square feet. So I think that that's well above 40%. And I'm not an attorney, and perhaps Attorney Geller could speak to this. I thought I had read something about that there was, that 6 bedrooms were not allowed in certain property sizes. That's not a quote. I'm going to bring this up as a question. Perhaps one of you guys can address that. But if this is a house that's being built that is in excess of the 40% lot, at this point, until we see any other changes, I would ask the council to decline the permit. I'm also very much concerned about what, I'm looking on the renderings, and I can't tell what is pervious surfaces versus impervious surfaces. So I think that we need to start being very careful, because especially west of Northeast 2nd Avenue, the swales are our only drainage. The swales are our friends. So people got to use the swale a little bit more. We got more cars. That's cool. I want to be careful about totaling the swale and putting the water burden on neighbors or the street. Yeah, my main question is about the square footage on a lot that size. Thank you.
Manchester.
Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, Dean McFarlane. I live at 140 Northwest 88th Street. I've been a resident of Elport Town since 2014. I moved here to raise my young family, given the beautiful diversity and history of the village. It's a bird sanctuary, as we all know, with this wonderful nature. I'm here to sort of oppose these grotesque concrete blocks because there's a beautiful history, there's heritage in the buildings that we live in, and I have to question all the sort of attributes of these buildings. There's all the physical and geological questions that George and our neighbours have just asked. But I also question the aesthetic of it. Do these fit within the aesthetic of the village as it stands today? I would urge everyone to sort of ask that question. But yes, I have the questions financially about the tax burden that these bigger square footage houses will they raise the taxes? Will they raise or will they do damage to the housing property prices? And then there's all the geological and physical factors that George just outlined around the swales, the flooding, the materials that are being used, the trucks and the removal of building materials that are going in, up and down the street. So there's just a lot of questions that I have, and I think it's our place to have those questions answered.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what else?
Hi there, my name is Colin Brown, 374 Northeast 85th Street. And yeah, when I look at these renderings, I see a part of Miami that so many people are looking to escape to get the old Florida back that we have in El Portal. And I would just be curious in the audience how many people would be interested in partaking in some sort of a historic preservation board. So let's just get a count on this for record. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Anders, do you comment on your thoughts on this?
So, I'll be honest, I'm not opposed to modern architecture. We have hashed this out in the village through an architecture guideline in terms of how someone might be able to incorporate modern architecture and still fit within the feel of El Portal as possible. And so, you know, we're basically in we're in a fine line situation here where you know, there's really only so many limits that we can truly impose on a property builder. The reason I want to get the lot coverage and the square footage on the record in this meeting is, as the resident said, you know, when I motioned to approve the previous item, I think I'm probably the one who fought them the hardest through the process, to be perfectly honest. So I think they would probably agree with that. And so, you know, just for the residents' benefit, my issue with that was not necessarily the execution of the project. It was simply that it was an after-the-fact issue. Those are very frustrating to deal with. And so that's what we're trying to avoid. That's why we have these discussions ahead of time so that we're not back in here later with regret, right? So, to be perfectly honest, if the builder is within the code as it stands, I mean, at that point, some council persons probably will have a compulsion to vote out of, you know, personal taste and aesthetic, and others may not. But as far as what we would be able to prohibit, now you understand the property owners truly do have an immense amount of rights. And so, really the biggest concerns right now are impact of neighbors in terms of flood mitigation. Will this property have a net gain on flood mitigation, or will we have a net loss against flood mitigation? So that's largely going to be up to the contractors that they choose, and things to that effect. It is possible. I agree that there should not be concrete slabs, but we don't have, Mayor, am I incorrect in thinking, we don't have any prohibition on concrete slab construction at this point, right? So there's going to be plenty of developers that tell you, well, we have the skills to put concrete pad down and still have net positive, you know, result in terms of flood mitigation, right? So I think that's really the concern of the residents is, do we actually have, you know, net positive result in flood mitigation, or do we have consequence, negative consequence, right? And so I think that's the primary concern, and then the secondary concern becomes, is this a zero lot property where the yard disappears and the monolith appears, right? And so now it becomes down to execution from the developer in terms of landscaping and all of that to basically fit the property into the village. And so at some point, the council will run out of road in terms of its ability to prohibit one thing or the other. So that's really what we're trying to hash out here is are there any, direct violations of the code in the proposed plan? And then are there any variances prescribed, meaning, they're taking license with this, that, or the other, and they need permission to do that, right? And so this is, to be perfectly honest, a pretty clean application. I have to say, there are concerns, to be sure, but I will tell you that this has been a pretty clean application, and I would not like to see monoliths. I would not like to see the sun cut out. I would not like to see neighbors disrupted in terms of privacy because of someone 30 feet above having a bird's eye view down in their backyard, for example, right? So I'm the same person who also wants my own private sun deck where I can have a telescope and hang out on a roof. So it's the balance of coexistence in real time is what we're dealing with. There you go. That's the best I can do in a couple of minutes.
Thank you. I just ask that you see all the interest in the audience and, following up on the launch, which we were told as a village that there's no environmentally sensitive area in El Portal. And now we're steamrolling into this. And just how far does this go? Like we don't have a sustainability task force. I bet you there's 20 to 30 people that would serve on a sustainability task force. There's 20 people, there's probably another 20 that would love to put together a historic preservation board. So we're here knocking. All of us have jobs. All of us are busy. We're all skipping dinner tonight to try to make a difference. So what is that entry point? And how do we do that in a way that helps you with your job? And I ask you to consider that, and hopefully we can find a way to meet and you can capture all this interest, because there's a lot of intelligent, skilled people who live in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Nice to see you, everybody, again. Marcus Leone, 456 Northeast 88th. Just two brief comments and a question, actually, because we had that zoning workshop just now, and one of the things a couple of the people brought up was about lot coverage and how it's calculated. So I'm actually curious, in this instance, this is an 8,000-foot lot, right? We just talked about that in the workshop, about that 40% lot coverage on single-family homes, is that correct? So the lot coverage on this is what then? Based on the square footage of 4,900?
37%.
37, is that counting the second story?
No, the square footage, the total square footage of a home counts first level and second level, but the lot coverage is only the part that's covering the lot.
So that'd be the imprint of the first, so the footprint's about 3,200 square feet, is that right? That includes pool or?
It includes pool, it includes driveway, it includes deck.
Okay. I just wanted to know my own knowledge.
Think about anything covering the lot is lot coverage.
Yeah, there was,
very simple.
in that zoning here, I don't know if you were all here, there was a lot of further comments, points, really smart people willing to bring up a lot of really forward-thinking stuff. So I think we do need, as a village, to strike a balance. I'm not the biggest fan of super blocky stuff, but I'm also not super opposed to it. So I don't have a strong opinion on that one way or another, but I support it. It's on my street. I think it's a good-looking project in general. Maybe not perfect. I'm sure we disagree with some people, but there was a point brought up, maybe it was a question earlier about the tax implications. Most people, I'm guessing, are homesteaded in here, so this would not have any financial impact on your taxes.
Yeah, the concern is long-term residents. The 3% increase year over year compounds to where, like by year 15, you basically end up in a situation where as people get older and become fixed income, now they're in a situation where they're basically either forced to sell or go into debt to maintain just the taxes on the house. So I agree that the taxes cannot raise by more than 3% every year. I agree.
Right.
So the concern becomes for long-term residents who would like to remain in the village, until the end of their days. And so that last chapter is really where the rubber meets the road on the tax discussion.
Okay. No, I mean, it's a good point. I think in general, most residents would not have a direct tax impact based on the construction of a home that's then sold. They would have a higher tax bill when you sell the home as a developer, but then individual residents, typically that are homestead, they're not gonna have a direct assessment levied against them.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
No, you're right, you're right.
So I want to say something. You actually mentioned about footprint and the lot size. It does actually say in here that it is 3,400. That's the lot coverage, which is 37%. How big is this property? How many square feet?
About 8,000.
And how big is that? And how big is the house?
4,944 square feet.
So this is saying that the lot coverage is 3,200, but this with second floor are we asking 1,000 square feet?
But the second floor, but of course, it doesn't count for lot coverage unless the second floor, I mean, if you had some odd design where the second floor extended out beyond the first floor footprint, you might be able to say that that's a lot coverage issue. But other than that, the fact that it goes up 2 floors doesn't change the fact the second floor does not change how much of the lot is actually being covered. And that's why the planner said that includes not just the first floor residence footprint, but things like the deck and
the pool and the driveway. So yeah, that we get to 3,228 with the pool, the deck, the driveway, not just the footprint of the house.
So, you that was great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tricia.
If I could hear from the applicant, just, so you hear that the primary concern is flood mitigation. Secondary concern is size of the property and whether or not people like the way it looks, right? So in terms of flood mitigation, do you feel prepared to deal with what is needed as far as grading on that lot to prepare the land properly in this specific environment where we have isolated individual pockets of areas that are prone to flooding, and one development one way or the other will either make that better or worse for the neighbors. So I would definitely like to give you the opportunity to speak to that.
Yeah, so we already have another project on 301 Northeast 89th Street, and that, with the civil plans were already designed for drainage and sewer. And it was approved. We're working on it with this house now, and we're talking to them, what's up, and we're just trying to make everything possible so that the flood, the swells, or even the runoff goes to the sidewalk.
If you guys are able to build this property and do not negatively impact your neighbors, you could get additional business out of this in the future. If you build this property and you negatively impact your neighbors, you have enemies for life.
Yeah, we understand that.
So, Commissioner Earl, I could add that during the building permit process, that's one of the things that will be reviewed by the building official. Also, planners, we look to make sure that they have a proper design stormwater system, and they're not legally allowed to have any stormwater go off of the property. And we ensure that by this double engineer plans in the field.
Councilor Scarborough?
I'm good.
Good. Anybody else from the audience?
I'm great into the ad under belt.
One Chapel Reynolds, 160 Northwest.
We can't hear.
First Champagne. Been here. I think Chapel.
Chapel.
Bill.
No. Okay. Kathy Reynolds, 60 Northwest 91st Street. So I know this doesn't apply for the village on this application right now, but there is a concept in called floor area ratio, which would limit the building size in a lot. That's something I want everyone to consider as we're going through our regulations and our zoning, that we need to have that in place. Otherwise, we continue having larger and larger properties on smaller lots, taking away the feel of our village. So just something that I want the rest of everyone is aware of, that we need to, as a group, continue to push for this. So floor area ratio.
think it's called?
Yes. Is that not for what's up?
No, it is not. It's typically, as used in the commercial, codes that we look at floor area ratio. Some, neighbors, Miami Shores, for example, they do use that for residential, but it's not a common practice in planning, so it's not unusual that we wouldn't have it for residential use.
Well, in this sense, we have a concept of it.
Hi, Joan Paula, I live in 760 North East, 88th Street. FAR is definitely common in county since City of Miami code is saying that Miami, every single form code that we have contains some form of FAR.
I didn't say that it's not common, I said it's not common for residential.
It is common for residential as well. FAR and density is in everything, and that's how we can avoid having a box that basically is 8,000 square foot in a tiny, tiny lot. I have a question though about all these plants. Is there anything about the trees that were or were not in these lots? Do we have like tree permits? Any kind of like, what happens with the cat trees? With the frogs?
Yes, we do look at trees, and as far as what's existing, and if there are existing trees, then there's a permit process that they go through if they need to remove them or move them on out of the way of the house.
So if they cut a tree, for example, from the swell, like also the swell, because I see some of these include the swell. Is swell included in the calculation of the property line?
It's the property boundary, so no.
So then when I see that in a drawing, the swell included in the calculation, that's green, but that doesn't count as open space, right?
No, it's an addition
So I just want to make sure that when you guys are calculating the open space, you're not counting part.
I'm not counting the soil, no.
Okay, take it.
Right? We can think about it.
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 86th Street. I just wanted to clarify from what I know. Miami Beach, Miami, they all have the FAR in their code, and it's not just commercial. That is part of their code as far as how they calculate for residential and for everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? While he's coming, I'll just let everyone know, if you would like to have a raucous discussion on canopy, show up to the Planning and Zoning Committee meetings when they occur. We definitely have knockdown, drag-out brawls over canopy, I promise you.
Hi, my name is Werner Dreyer. I'm at 486 Northeast 87th Street. So I understand we have like architectural design document, right?
It's a guide.
It's a guide approved by, I think you're one of the authors from 2020. How do we take into this in consideration, right? Because we all are interested. We're okay with bringing new development, right? We don't have an issue with that, but we want to make sure we preserve our historic value of our properties. Think about it. The design district, everything's moving forward down here, and our village is charming for this, for all the houses. Councilperson Winters, you have a beautiful 1937 home that I don't see anywhere in Miami. So how do we consider that? How can we get into Corradino to consider this guide as perhaps being considered when we have all this development coming here?
So the short answer is, it sounds like the village is ready to get a charter committee, which is a resident committee, it's residents on a committee to update the charrette. It's time. It's time to have that committee formed and update the charrette. That's where we're at.
Yeah, the charrette is one piece, right? What I'm talking specifically is about the architectural design
Part of
document.
the reason we have an architectural guide and not architectural teeth is because of partly the current charrette. We don't have guidance to restrict architectural development. We don't have code to restrict architectural decisions. The guide is actually to help developers navigate this process where they can have a design that the council, it's to put people on notice. Hey, this is the this is the aesthetic selection of, you know, of this is the spectrum we have here in Elport Town, and we want people to aim within that. But at some point, well, I mean, it is a guide. It is not architectural teeth.
Yeah, it's a guy that I'm sure there was a lot of investment, money-wise, and also time-wise from part of the council, right? Invested into it. So now if we're saying it's just a guide, we don't have any code associated with it. It's been, the last time I saw it, it was updated in 2020, right? It's 2025. What have we, you know, why have we not included into the code? But my other point here is, yeah, there is code. There is a section of 23.17 that we welcome any new development, including that needs to be harmonious with the existing historic preservation. There is code associated with that. I've been looking at the applications from the template that is being put together by Corradino, and I hardly find anything in respect to any questions to that section of the code. So I think not just only about the charrette, but I think we need to work with Corradino to improve the process.
Yeah, it comes down to a single line item in the, right, I know what you're saying.
Into
yeah.
the template.
It's in there, but it's a single line item, it's a yes or no question.
Correct,
Yeah.
but it's to the discretion of who is completing that report. And in addition to this, I would suggest also Corradino to do a walkthrough of the actual properties. I already provided feedback to the council, to some of you council members, because I've noticed some discrepancies. So those are my recommendations to the council. Scarlett, I'll be, you know, I don't know if you take any input from the residents, right, on how we can improve that template to be more, I know it's perhaps a living document, right, that needs to change, but I found it very limited on how we are utilizing that template.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dre. Say your name and address for the record, please.
Hey, Kevin Morrow, 320 Northeast 88th Street. Thanks for everybody for coming. The one thing I would just say about the property is the house next to me is actually quite modern. It's on the corner of Northeast, I guess that's 3rd and 88th Street. And they did a phenomenal job with kind of landscaping in the sense that the tree canopy is still there. There's a lot of foliage around the house. The one thing that just sticks out to me about this house, I just looked it up on Google Maps. There is no existing tree foliage on the swale or anything right now, but it would be nice as a good faith effort if you guys thought about.
Actually, we were told to add tree.
Oh, sweet! I don't see it in the drawing.
It's not there.
Oh,
yeah.
So it's probably be in there, but yeah, if you guys could add something to kind of help it blend into the area a little bit more, that would be amazing. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Anything else? That's Mike. Go ahead, Tim.
Anyone else on this particular item?
Let's each approach.
Seeing none, seeing none. Back to the council. Council, questions, comments or any type of motion?
I actually would like to skip now. So I appreciate what everyone has said about that house that is there currently and the historic value of it. I want to point out a few things. In Coconut Grove, there is a playhouse that's been abandoned. So homeless people that did paying for decades. And I met people who they were billionaires, let's just say that. And they wanted to turn it into a beautiful venue. And they were most of it the same, but they weren't going to keep it all the sorts of things. They were going to modernize it, so they actually put people in there, fire code, that kind of stuff. But because of the price of it, there's been multiple people try to buy it and it's just fallen decay. If we want to keep things historic, I think parts of it need to be in the code, but less that when he mentioned my house earlier, I kept it historically looking, but I modernized it as much as possible. Metal roofs and looks like tile, impact windows, Kinko sliding. I did everything, even the drywall is in drywall. I used Hardy Backer, which is not permeable. It basically helps you from mildew and mold. But the thing is, I kept it looking the same, but I did not go by historical events. If we start turning these houses into historical pieces of art, they will sit empty in El Portal. They will gain residents inside there like animals or homeless, and people are not going to want to come in here and buy something and restore that one house. If somebody comes for sale, like this house came for sale that's currently there, and the 20 of you that want to keep it restored, I think it would have been a great opportunity to buy it and restore it. In this case, we have someone came in with his architect. The architects, they're artists. What they do with their work, the vision they have, it's amazing. So we have to basically balance between what we have in the past, but also the future. My main thing is I just want to warn against making things historic here and there. But I still believe in keeping historic aspects on houses. Now, in this case, he's the owner of the house. He's followed all the guidelines. There's no variances on this. Am I correct? No variances?
No variances.
And required and currently in building code is 40%, and he's at 37%. So he's actually far below where he's even allowed to go. So he kept pulled back a little bit. Again, I'm not trying to step on anyone's toes here. I'm all about keeping this little town historic. I don't want to see weird looking, housing here. I think we do have to modernize stuff in the building code. But again, I just want to remind everyone, if we go the historic route, it will end up like one of the richest neighborhoods, Coconut Grove, where you have a desolate buildings sit here because we're about to reach a threshold. Because my house in the 1930s, then 2030, we could possibly turn into a historic house. I don't want to do that. I want to keep restoring my house the way it is. I want to be able to have the ability to make it beautiful, but also modern, because things are going to be changing. Families are changing, family sizes, the types of cars we're using. This is important to understand that we are a growing village. And today we had a wonderful, wonderful town hall where everyone talked about the new building codes that they'd like to have implemented. And we have 2 more town halls, which I recommend everyone in Elk Cal go to, because your voice matters. And if you want to change the way these houses look in the future, it's up to you to come in and tell everyone how you feel about it. And hopefully we can find some kind of medium that makes everyone happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Charlie. Colin Brown, 274 Northeast 85th Street. I just want to respond to that. I appreciate everything you just said, but I think that there's a lot of sentiment in the village right now, a lot of residents that feel like they are disregarded. They feel like they're not listened to. They feel like nobody cares about them. I watched Scott Corbick stand up here on behalf of the launch, December 10th, January 28th, ask about a 250 setback, 250-foot rule from Zone 3 to Zone 5. Never once was he answered straight. Never once did the village send out a survey crew to answer his questions. And I just think it's wildly inappropriate. And so what you have is a group of people who are very, very passionate about where they live. They want it to be the best that it can be. And they feel like they are being disregarded in a way that isn't appropriate. And so it's not something that is helpful to continue to move forward this way. It's not helpful.
I love the passion, I really do. I love it.
So that's one of the reasons why I did say these town halls over the next month are specifically about this. You guys are going to have your voices heard. So please, I'm glad you were there. Thank you for coming, Colin. I know you had a lot to say, and we all wrote it down, and it was a great event. So everyone, please, what he said is true. You guys are passionate, you're thoughtful, you're intelligent. Please, if you can all come out to the next one, I believe it's May 29th? Which February?
Is that right?
It's the 4th Tuesday of the month of May.
Thank you. Just let me say really quickly, you guys, let's try to stay within the public comment section for public comments, just for like procedural purposes. And just want to say for the record that, even though I have my big clock up here, I haven't turned it on once. So I just wanted to say that for the record also. All right. For the narrative that comes out of you.
Okay. Comment.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else on the council that has any questions or comments? Go. Alright, so here's where we are, guys. So our choices are, and before I'm gonna go over some things in a second. So our choices are to kind of keep in mind, so we can, you have approval, you have, denial, or you can table it and, for more information that you may wanna get at a further time. Alright, so as far as the taxes going up, we've never raised taxes. Property appraisal, the property appraisal will go up. Alright, so your property taxes, for Elbert Town, property value will increase. And so that's not a millage rate, that's not direct taxes, but that is property appraisal, property values for the village as a whole could rise. Okay. As far as, I think it was a good question about pervious surfaces versus impervious surfaces. And Mr. Alvarez brought up, if you want to respond to that, Mr. Alvarez brought up, he couldn't tell by the drawing, by the rendering, were those surfaces that are on the rendering, do you have pervious surfaces there, or are they mostly impervious?
Well, everything that is concrete is impervious, of course, and we have a lot of grass. A lot of lawn is not being touched, so therefore there's surface.
So everything that's concrete is impervious, so like the back deck and stuff and all that is impervious, it's all concrete.
Yes.
And then everything else, grass is pervious. Mr. Alvarez, does that answer that particular question, or is there a particular area on there you're particularly asking about, or is that generally what you're asking?
Come over.
After 3 weeks. Tate. That's why you don't need this stuff. I have to take it.
So yes, in general, that's what I'm asking, but I'm also curious about, to what degree is a study done about drainage when there is a different plan, whether, especially pervious concrete surfaces, in an area like the swale, which obviously.
So I had that next on my thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
You're one step ahead of me, Mr.
No, I got you, Mr. Alvarez, I got you covered. Okay, so generally, everything that you see that is not grass is impervious. As far as the swale goes, what's the process that you go through to decide how any flooding or drainage, especially with your neighbors, what's the process on that, dealing with that, and then with the swell, how impervious or pervious is your swell?
That's really to the plan of that. Yeah, that's civil engineer matters, but of course we are focusing on not damaging the neighborhood, of course. Because if we do, then we got enemies for the rest of our lives.
I understand. For the swell though, your swell is it gravel? Is it grass?
It's just grass right now.
Is it like it's on the stay grass, on remain grass? Your swell?
Can you repeat that?
Is it gonna remain grass?
Yeah.
Okay, so remain grass. As far as the square footage and the lot coverage, I think I went over that. So that we kind of went over it and answered. I think there is something with kind of keeping in mind while we're updating our code and we're modernizing our codes, with really getting detailed. And if you look at chapter 24 in the form-based code, it kind of speaks to that, but just really getting detailed about how strict we want to be with the lot coverage and how we really want to spell that out as far as if we do want to include swimming pools and things like that, because in the future, because those things, are not grass at that part of the yard, so we want to think about that moving forward. Things with like the style of home and the aesthetics, those are things that we could look into moving forward. As far as defining it, with the updating of the code, and things that we might want to see. And that also falls into things like the swells, the flooding, and the materials being used. The materials being used is also something that we need to look into in the future as far as putting into our code more materials that are more environmentally friendly. I think that's something that we definitely look into. As far as the FAR, I think that's a great point. I know that there are, I understand what you were saying, Ms. Hammonds, I know there are some municipalities where the FAR is directly related to commercial properties. But I do know there are other municipalities where the FAR is related across the board. So the FAR is something that we should definitely look to implement while we're doing the current code and update the current code. And the question, it was a good question about, is the swell counted as open space? And is the swell counted as lot coverage? I know the swell is not owned by the private property, but you know, should it be counted as lot coverage even though the swell is you know, owned by the city officially, but it is maintained by the property owner. All right. That was all the questions or comments that I kind of had written down there. Were there any questions or comments from the individuals that came up that I missed? You have a comment you want to make?
I do, yes. Hello, Thomas William, 205 Northeast 86th Street. So I was just looking at the staff report and the materials that was submitted, and I'm wondering why no pool is shown on the actual site plan. It's just like in this rendering. So what is actually getting approved? Is it the entire package, including these renderings? Or is it just the site plan, which doesn't include the pool? My other question is this going to be on a septic tank? And if so, where's the drain field in the septic located? Because it's not on the plan anywhere.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You'll answer that?
I will answer.
Thank you.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Werner Dreher, again, 486 Northeast 87th Street. Mayor, you did ask if you had answered all the questions, so a couple of the questions were related how we can improve the process with Torredino, right? To revisit that template, right, the questionnaire, and also perhaps improve the process where we have somebody from Torredino just go ahead and explore physically the location, right, versus just renewing just the update.
Yeah. So as far as, I got you.
Mayor, that would technically not go to an issue of site plan approval. Those are very important questions that the council can address, but they are process questions that would have been better during the vice mayor's presentation of the process issues, and they could certainly come during the second good welfare, but they really don't pertain to the issue of whether this site plan is going to be approved on.
Yeah. I was going to get to that after I got to Mr. Pulliam's questions. So, for Mr. Pulliam, as far as Scarlett, as far as the pool, I know that. Well, I know procedure-wise, I know we vote on the entire supplemental document. So that's the first thing. So anything that's within the supplemental document is everything that we vote on. So any images that's part of the supplemental document, anything within the supplemental document is what we vote on when it comes to the agenda. That's how that works. As far as Mr. Dreher, as far as what you're talking about, that's more of an administrative matter when it deals with us, telling the planners, the process we want through the tape. So we'll do that, but that's more of an administrative matter. That doesn't come through the council. That's something that, we, through the management, we instruct the planners to go through the process, to change that process, whether it's coming out and, physically and things like that. We go through that through the administrative process. All right? So that's that. Is there anything that I'm missing? Was there something else that I'm missing?
what, with, right.
Hey, Joe Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street. Along the lines of that question, it may be an administrative thing, but for examples, what is the current administrative process or thought process, or what are the criteria for, as Mr. Dreyer said at some point, the question, and I think, I'm sorry, one of the council people made allusion to it. Is the proposed property of similar size and style to the rest of El Portal? Because it depends on, you know, what the meaning of is at that point. So I'd like to, since we're on this topic, I'd like to get that explained, because I think we need a baseline, because at this point it doesn't seem like the logic that would answer that question is answering that question in a way that to a lot of us is logical. So I think part of the point of being in El Portal is figuring this stuff out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alvarez. So I would just say, so we're talking about the way the government works. So there's certain things that legally we're over, certain things that legally others aren't over. So for example, where our government works, we have basically two individuals that are in leadership roles. The manager is the leader of administration, and the mayor is the leader of legislation. All right? So for example, legally, I can't bypass the manager and instruct anybody in the administration. I can't bypass the manager and do that. I have to go through the manager. The planning group is under the administrative aspect of the village. So I can't bypass the manager as the leader of the legislative aspect of the village. I can't bypass the manager and, you know, fire the front desk person, instruct the planning consulting group what to do. I have to get approval through the manager for that. So that's the reason why this question is an administrative question, to where, you know, I agree with the question, right? I agree with doing that. But what I'm saying is right now, as far as what we're voting on, you know, I have a motion, I have a second, what we're voting on, procedurally, that's an administrative question. That's all I'm saying. And so that right there will have to be handled, you know, in day-to-day government purposes. Like that right there will have to be handled, and the process will have to be started, as I do every day when I have my meeting with the manager tomorrow. Okay? So it doesn't mean that it's not going to be implemented. It's just that it's almost like you want us to go through a process now and give you a definite answer now for an administrative conversation that has to happen. We're now in the legislative conversation.
Right.
Okay? So that's just kind of how that goes. And so like I said, I agree with it. It doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. It doesn't mean that it's not going to move forward. But that's not like a decision that the council votes on or moves forward with. You know, we take that to the manager as the head of the administrative aspect of the El Portal, and then she instructs the planning departments to do that, to implement those things.
Yeah, may I add something there, Nicholas? I have been taking good notes. I don't know if you were watching me, Bill. Everyone has spoken, and I've taken the notes from that. I was looking at administrative items related to that. When Mr. Dreyer spoke, I did write that down. So I'm going to split Corradino. We'll work out something that may be a little more inclusive as we figure out the processes that are throughout the community. So, not to hold up this item any further from the administrative side, because this is the council meeting, it is a legislative meeting, policy meeting, that I'll move that forward. But just know I will work for that.
Thank you very much.
Let me see, can you real quick?
so it would promise.
No, you did.
So, you said something earlier that's about the size of the property, and I want to let you know, whenever we come out here to vote, there's not been one house I haven't driven out to or walked out to and looked at before it and looked at the houses around it. So, this house that is coming down to build this one, this is the property next door. Big, big and beautiful. I think it's even bigger than the ones in Planned Pit.
But it's on 13,000 square feet, Councilperson Winters.
This one is 40%.
Sorry.
Please no yell.
Street.
When we look at the houses and the actual square footage they take up, we have to go into this 40% threshold, which is inside our building code. But when you go to the property, you actually look and see the other properties around it, the other houses, you're saying, this is basically, it meets the same stuff that's currently there. The current one that's there is the outlier. That's all.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Any other questions from the audience?
Mine wasn't answered about the pool.
About the pool, the runway?
Your resolution says that it's about a pool, a pre-built pool. There's no pool in the site plan. There's only a pool in the rendering.
Okay, so what I said was that, I answered that question. I said that everything that's that's in the supplemental documents is what we vote on. That's what I said.
So even though the resolution says it includes a pool?
If it's not in the supplemental documents.
As a site plan, or because it is in there as a rendering, but there's no dimensions or anything given, you guys are saying 30 to 70% block coverage, but you're not including.
Okay, so.
We don't have dimensions for it.
All right. So, I never stop conversation. I let everybody speak as much as possible. But we can't have yelling from the audience. Found that? They can't have yelling from the audience.
What is the dimensions of the pool? That is in the resolution for approval?
I don't have that information in front of me right now.
So why is that recommended for approval?
I just don't have it with me today. I did not memorize it.
Why is it not in the staff report and the documentation that's being voted on? That doesn't make sense.
Okay.
I would say for these
building
reasons, I
permits
would
are
again
required.
appeal to the council to table this. Again, if we are having these ongoing workshops now finally to address code, what's the problem with tabling this 1 to 6 months to let that process occur to understand what villagers actually want? I mean, I'm just seeing another discrepancy in the staff report, right? The resolution you guys are asking to vote for includes a pool. Again, it's not in the site plan. There's a rendering. They're saying there's adequate coverage for it or whatnot. And there was a meeting maybe 6 months and 9 months ago. There was a resident who had a site plan approved, but one of the items in the site plan actually requires a variance, but that wasn't caught by anybody. So they were allowed to move forward with that because I believe our building department didn't catch that.
And
so it looks like things are repeating themselves again. Again, I don't understand how a council can vote on something without all the information. Does not appear, to be in good faith in what the collective is asking for. Again, the information is not provided. Can the developer answer, or is the developer willing to answer?
So the pool is just to sell it, pretty much.
Yeah, but that wasn't his question. That wasn't.
There's no pool. It's just a depiction to make it look pretty.
So why is it in the staff report if the resolution says including a pool is what's being voted on?
I see no language of pool being in the resolution.
It is. It's in there. You want me to point out the line for you?
So.
What's going to be written in the
Maybe I
record?
approach and show you?
No, you can't. You can't approach the dais. Mr. Cloris.
I think it's a simple misunderstanding that if they're going to put it in a pool, it's still going to fall. They won't be able to put in a pool if there's any violation in the lot coverage and all of those things. So all it is a simple, separate permit process. And they will either have the desired to put a pool in if they have the square footage available to them, or they will not. So I will caution everyone, this was a learning curve that I myself, had to catch up with as I came on the council, is that we will go off of plans, not renderings. In fact, a discussion about the renderings takes place at almost every single level of almost every single application because of how renderings are typically not truly representative of what we're looking at. So when we look at the architectural plans and those designs, that is what we use in previous committee meetings to make decisions to get this far in the process where we're talking about final approval.
I'd like to say the third whereas section in the resolution you're voting for says pool.
Mr. Pulley.
There.
Mr. Pulley? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Pulley, I appreciate it.
You guys don't care, obviously.
Thank you, Mr. Pulley, I appreciate it. So, we vote on everything as part of the agenda package that's under that agenda item. If there is a discrepancy, and before any of this was ever said, I said, you all, we have three options. We can vote for approval, disapproval, or to table. Right? Now, if there's discrepancy between the resolution, which the resolution, yes, is the legally binding document, from the information not being fully provided of the supplemental documents, then we can vote it down or table. Are there any other questions from the audience? Hearing, seeing none. Coming back to the council and coming back to the dais, Ms. Hammonds?
Yes, yes, yes.
It is true that there is not a pool diagram in the, not in the staff report, but some of the documents, is that correct?
Sorry, I don't have it in front of me at the moment.
Yeah, you need great value to this.
So, yeah, so there's not a pool, and it does mention, after the backyard in the resolution, it does say, with a pool on an 100 square foot lot.
So something fine.
Therefore, if there's discrepancy, which there seems to be, my advice would be motion to table, but I will hear from the council before. We do have a motion in a second, we're going to go through that, but my advice would be motion to table. Before we go through the first motion of the motion and second, which was approval, do I have any comments or questions from the council? We'll go through the first motion, and then we'll see if we do have a second motion. Are there any comments or questions from the council?
I do have a question, the mention of the pool that we're discussing now, is that probably a scrivener's error, or was there conversation previously with the applicant about there being a pool? Do you have any recollection of that?
I would say it's a scrivener's error. We were processing about 10 resolutions, and it probably was just not caught as that being on the site plan, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Using that kind of template.
Did
I apologize. Also, we could correct it, and as a condition of approval, we could make that correction.
We could do that.
It is proper to, when you approve, if you approve, you certainly do typically set conditions. So that is a normal legal process. And if there is a concern, that is one way to address it. It's not the only way, but it is a permissive.
Chief. I have a question. Assuming this was approved as is and the language of the pool remain, are they guaranteed a pool because of that language? Are they guaranteed?
No, they would go through a building permit, and during building permit, we would catch that. We always check lot coverage when we look at building permits, especially pools and driveways.
And the narrative did.
If the pool was in part of what's shown as deck, it doesn't increase lot coverage and things. If it were to be added in the area that's already concrete deck, lot coverage is identical. However, the point that was raised is if you set it as a condition and say, it's not a agreed for no pool without, further application, that is a permissible condition. Again, it's not the only way you can address the issue. Certainly you have the right, to approve, to deny, or to defer. I mean, those are your three options as the mayor properly sets forth. But it is correct, following the vice mayor's point, and the comment from the planner, it can be addressed as a condition, and you can make it, that it's not approved at this time unless, without further application and examination that goes through the regular process. Sorry.
Sorry. No, let me jump in here real quick. We still do have the first motion and second get to vote. Found the little hidden sentence. Under the project, it says the applicant proposes a complete tear down of the current house to allow for the construction of a new residential two-story, 5,944 square foot house. The new home will have 6 bedrooms, 6.5 bathrooms, a 2-car garage, and a covered backyard terrace. It says the site plan application includes the house, pool, and deck. So it states that in the supplemental documents, and there is that picture with the pool there. So it's that last sentence is kind of like, there's a lot of space in between, like somebody spaced it out like 5 or 6 times, so somebody spaced it out like 5 or 6 times, so it's kind of falling off the edge if you don't pay close attention. But I knew I had read that somewhere, and so I just found that. So it's in the supplemental document, so we're back to the original, that we can either vote it up, vote it down, or we can table it, but the pool is not only in the resolution, but under project, right underneath background information, under project, the last sentence says the site plan application includes the house, comma, pool, comma, and deck.
But the site plan doesn't show a pool.
And
So the site plan doesn't show a pool, we're 37%, so technically that leaves only 240 square feet available to put in a pool and a deck. That's a 10 foot by 24 foot pool. It's a size.
Piece of water, of course, you shrink that down a little bit because you need the deck, but I mean, I don't know. I just need to understand if they are guaranteed rights to a pool based on the language, because I still don't see anything in here that would be prohibitive, to be perfectly honest, in terms of like lot coverage. Lot coverage calculated 37%, 3% remaining is 240 square feet. Okay, that's a 10 by 24 foot space, so that's enough room to put in a small water feature and still be within the 40% lot coverage. So I still do not see a path. I just don't see the lot coverage as being the primary issue. I think the primary issue is, are the builders competent enough to maintain the flood mitigation and keep the water retention on the property? That's the primary concern. And then, does the property itself fit with the village? Those are the two issues we're really dealing with. I don't think that lot coverage is the issue here.
Okay. So we still have a motion and a second. Mr. Old, if you want to say something real quick.
Maybe the architect was going to address my question, but Mayor, I think when you were reading, you just read something about a 5,500 square foot home, but that's like over 1,000 feet different than the home we've been talking about. So I guess my sense is that maybe this needs to be like a little more carefully looked at in general. Either there is or isn't a pool. The renderings obviously have a pool in them. I've heard the 2 different sizes that are dramatically different for the house. I don't know how you would calculate square footage on which of those sizes the floor plate would be based on, but I think they'd probably be different. So that's my sense. I'd say probably want to move it along and get it going. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Tanya Campbell again. The planner also has been mentioning multiple times in the 37% calculation the pool as well. So suddenly not knowing the pool and it being missing is also a huge discrepancy. And especially what you brought up as well, saying that it seems that it was intentionally written in a way to be misleading so that that information and specification regarding the pool and other information regarding the dimensions of the project were also not obvious to the board.
Thank you very much. All right. Anybody else from the audience? Very good. All right. All right, coming back to the council. So we have a motion, we have a second for approval. We have to go through that voting process. If that fails, then I'll ask for another motion. We need to have some type of motion before we leave here. So a motion to approve, which we have the motion and the second for approval right now. We're going to have that vote in like a second. And if that one fails, you have the motion for tabling or denial. We do have a motion in a second, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, does the motion, I forget who made it, but does it state with what conditions?
Motion and second by Winters.
Yeah.
Does it state
There's
with-
no conditions.
Can we change to add conditions?
No, we have to go through the vote
You can
first.
move to amend the motion to state conditions, Mayor, if someone chooses to do that. Because typically a motion to approve, I mean, the planner has a report that has conditions. Maybe those need to change, but it has to at least state that it includes the conditions that are recommended by staff. That should always be part of a motion. And then whether or not somebody feels the need to add clarification, that would have to be by amendment.
I would say this. We can motion to amend. I think it's cleaner to go through the motion and then whether the motion passes or fails, then we come with another motion if that second motion has conditions. Because I believe of just like, it would be complicated. I think it would be confusing with people.
You're legally required to
this
state the conditions of approval. It has to be part of a motion, Mayor.
So you're saying because it wasn't stated with the first motion and the second, then we can state it now, what you're saying?
I think the assumption is typically when we have a motion, it typically means with at least the staff conditions. Maybe the staff conditions are not sufficient. Maybe somebody wants to amend or add one. But the motion to approve itself has to be clarified by the maker and the second. That it's assumed that it means with at least the conditions that staff has recommended. That's always the case. But here, it appears that wasn't stated. So before you vote, you have to at least say it includes the staff conditions. If somebody wants to amend that, that's fine, but it's really not proper to just say approve and not talk about at least the staff conditions. That's the only thing I'm saying.
But there are no conditions with this. Is staff
There's none
recommendation?
in the staff report?
Is staff recommendation approval, the granting of the site plan approval as presented is in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the comprehensive plan and the proposed development. Architecture is comparable with the existing residential architectural character within the village of El Portal according to section 17.17-53 requirements and procedures for the site plan review. Subsection A, the applicant shows good cause for ensuring the proposed development's congruity and compatibility with the surrounding area. Therefore, approval is recommended for this site plan application allowing for a two-story residence.
If there are no conditions stated in the staff report, then that's fine.
So if you guys know, when I first opened up an item, I asked, were there any conditions? Were there any and then she said no. So the original motion and second that we have is for the approval of the
yes, sir.
This address for this site plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Madam Clerk, let's get through this motion, please. Now, please roll call.
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
No.
Vice Mayor Martin.
No.
Mayor Nickerson.
No.
Motion fails.
All right. Do I have a new motion, guys?
I do have a comment.
Yes.
So we're firmly running down this rabbit hole of just distrust, and I do believe that it is just the scrivener's error because you're doing a lot all at the same time. But I would just urge the Cordino group to, try not to put us in the current situation that we're in, which is we definitely see the mention of a pool in there. The applicant says that there was never any thought of putting a pool in there. So then we have to think of like, well, where is this coming from? And that discrepancy leads us down this really tricky path of just seeming to the villagers as though there is something occurring that probably isn't. So I make mistakes all the time, so I'm not crucifying you for this, or not even saying that it's your mistake, just saying in the future if we could just be really clean on what it is we're presenting and making sure that those things are compatible. It helps us in defense of some of the things that we're relying on to make those decisions. With that being said, for me, I would be uncomfortable approving it with the pool language in there. However, there is a way to remedy that without prejudicing or biasing against the applicant, who has already been very patient, and we have looked at this item numerous times and fleshed it over and talked to you about various aspects, and you've been quite accommodating and informative, and I appreciate that. I think the mayor has done a great job of highlighting some of the information that we know on the dais, and maybe some of the audience isn't aware of, but hopefully you feel more informed. The removal of the pool for me would be a determinative factor in my ability to move forward. So with that being said, I would make a motion to accept staff's recommendation with the condition that all reference to the pool be removed from the item that we're approving.
We do have a motion, you guys. Do we have a second?
I will second that motion.
Second that motion. You understand that, and you were saying the pool was there just for show anyway? Okay, you understand that the motion in the second that's up right now is to put this through without the pool? Mm-hmm. Okay. Madam Clerk, I have a motion, I have a second. May I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go back really quickly, you guys, to G1, Mr. and Ms. Leone. Just want to make sure that everything is legally there. So if you guys can just come up to the podium really quickly so the camera can catch you at the podium.
So, Mayor, you had the staff report given. You just need to accept the staff report for the record without objection from, if there's an objection from the council, you need to talk about it, but you can accept it as long as you call for objections, and there are none.
No problem. So this is for resolution G1. This is 456 Northeast 88th Street. For this property, I will accept the staff report into record. Do I have any discussion from the council on this? This was already voted through, 3-1, the only dissenting vote being our vice mayor, our wonderful vice mayor.
And you have to open the public hearing.
I will. Hearing none from the council, going once, going twice, 3 times, hearing none from the council. Is there anybody from the audience about 456 Northeast 88th Street, the driveway? Okay. Did we catch them on the camera? We know they're there. There we go. Hearing none, this has already been passed through, 3-1. Okay.
Take the revote, Mayor.
Do you want motions also again?
No. You have a motion. You just need to revote after the staff report's accepted and the public hearing was opened. And did you close it?
Just so we have everything. I will in a second. Just so we have everything. Who motioned it? I want to have everything on the record.
I motioned originally.
It was motioned by Councilperson Erbaum. Who seconded it?
I second.
It was seconded by Councilperson Winters. Anybody else from the audience? You guys good? We're good? All right, going back to the council, we have the motion, we have the second. Madam Clerk, let's redo the roll call.
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin.
No.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Lee.
Thank you.
G3, Mayor?
Moving on to G3, Attorney Geller.
G3, A resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval for an addition to a residence at 48 Northeast 90th Street in Zone 3 Suburban Residence in the Village of El Portal, an application by Tanya Brinkley, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for appeal, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this. Ms. Hammonds, how you doing? Were there any conditions, any changes, adjustments since the last meeting? Or is everything the same?
Everything is the same as was approved by the Planning and Zoning Board.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Hearing none. Going out to the audience, are there any questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, seeing none. Coming back to the council, do I have a motion to approve?
Accept the staff report, Mayor.
I will. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Councilperson, was that Urban?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Martin. I'm accepting the staff report into the record. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. Moving on to G4. Thank you very much. Take care. Have a great evening.
G4, Mayor.
Yep, G4.
A resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, authorizing the approval of a variance for a garage enclosure conversion at 420 Northeast 89th Street, as requested by Betty Any LLC, which does not comply with Section 5-66, garage enclosure of the Code of Ordinances, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this. Is the client here? Okay. All right, no problem. No problem. Hello, how are you? Good to see you.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, for 420 Northeast 89th Street garage conversion, were there any adjustments, any changes since the last meeting? Ms. Hammonds?
No, no changes since the Planning and Zoning Board approval.
No conditions?
No conditions.
All right, thank you very much. Going to
Oh, sorry, there was one condition, but it remains the same as before. That parking on the swale is not permitted, and no future driveway modifications shall comply. And all future driveway modifications shall comply with the code for driveway standards.
You understand no parking on the swell?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
I know.
We good? Okay, okay. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Hearing none. Are there any questions or comments from the public? Okay, hearing, seeing none. Coming back to the council. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Councilperson Erbaum. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Winters. I'm accepting the staff report for the record. You good? Okay, Madam Clerk, may I please have roll call?
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much.
G5, Mayor.
G5.
A resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, authorizing the approval of a variance for a garage enclosure conversion at 242 Northeast 89th Street, as requested by Sean Skolnick, which does not comply with Section 5-66 garage enclosure of the Code of Ordinances, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. For 252 Northeast 89th Street, how you doing, man?
Great,
Good to
thank
see
you.
you.
How are you? Hi, great.
For 252 Northeast 89th Street, Ms. Hammonds, were there any adjustments, changes, conditions?
No, nothing has changed since Planning and Zoning Board approval. We also have a condition regarding parking in the swale not being permitted, and all future driveway modifications should comply with the village code standards, and that the existing asphalt pavement in the swale shall be removed.
Thank you very much. Do you understand those conditions and agree to those
Completely agree.
conditions? Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Any comments or questions from the council? Hearing none. Any comments or questions from the public? Hearing, seeing none. Do I have a motion to approve from the council?
So moved.
Moved by Councilperson Winters. Do I have a second?
Second.
second by Vice Mayor Martin. I will accept the staff report into the record. Madam Clerk, may I please have roll call?
Roll call, Councilperson Winters?
Yes.
Councilperson Erba?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Take care. Thank you very much.
G6, Mayor, a
G6.
resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval for new construction of a one-story residence at 460 Northwest 90th Street in Zone 3 Suburban Residence in the Village of El Portal, an application by AB 460 Real Estate Investments LLC, providing for findings, providing for appeal, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. There's a client. How you doing? You're good. You're good. You're good. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Sorry.
Ms. Hammonds, were there any adjustments, conditions, changes?
No changes since it was approved by the Planning and Zoning Board.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the council? Hearing none. Any questions or comments from the public? Okay. We have one so far. Name and address for the record.
Colin Brown, 374 Northeast 85th Street. I think that this is awful architecture, and just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the council? From the audience? Any other questions or comments from the public? Come up and say your name and address for the record.
I'll take it I did a good job, or?
Hi, I'm George Alvarez at 165 Northwest 88th Street. Nobody's asking for my opinion about this proposed house, but from the renderings, it's pretty damn sexy. However, I am wondering if there might not be a way to create some sort of bridge, some kind of compromise between its very sexy, very clean aesthetic, and I love the doors in the back. The sliding doors inside, outside, living. That's why people move here. But another reason that people move here is because we preserve our traditions and we preserve harmony, and history is important to us. So as we move into the future, it occurs to me that this is the night, Mr. Mayor, Council, this is the night that we establish a precedent. Because finally that question that I asked about, which was answered with an answer about administrative terms, Ms. Manager, as opposed to the political process, tonight we are approving many houses which people have many questions about. So this is the night that it all changes. Because then, after this, everybody can honestly answer, yeah, there's houses that are that size. Yeah, there's houses with those kind of design elements. That's what we are now. And then what is next? Are we going to start expanding lot coverage? Are we going to remove swales? Are we going to see those sewers magically appear? There are balances, right? There are things which make our concerns and our complaints a little bit easier for us to stomach. So I would suggest that the developers, in good faith, as sexy as it is, consider finding ways to achieve at least a variation on the theme of El Portal. I appreciate that your garage is in the placement it is. It does sort of ape the styles that we see in Miami Shores, Biscayne Park, Shorecrest, and unincorporated East Northeast Dade. But I think that there's a way to smooth over that cold feeling of 180 degrees or a 90-degree right angle from the house that's next to you to your house. I think there's a way to do it. It may be landscaping. It may be organic materials. It may be just some softening of design. You're the expert. I would suggest that that be considered, and because of that, I would ask that the council table this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alvarez.
My name's Andres. I'm the architect for
Wait,
460.
wait for,
oh,
wait
sorry.
for a second.
So
We'll
sorry.
answer at the end.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah.
going to answer.
No, we'll answer at the end.
Hello, Alexia Fernandez, 374 Northeast 85th Street. In line with what's been said prior to me, I have a question for the developers or whoever can answer. Again, going back to what is in the code under section 2473, historic preservation, encouraging new buildings and developments that will be harmonious with the existing historic buildings and squares. I would like to understand what part of this design, what features are harmonious with the historic buildings and squares that you see in the rest of El Portal.
Okay, we'll get that answer. Anyone else from the audience? Okay. Everybody good from the audience? All right. You want to address this first question, then we'll get to the second question.
Sure. I think the first question was related to landscaping associated with how we can make it more harmonious. So if we take a look at the existing site, we can see that it's pretty barren. There's only one palm tree on the site right now. The house, right now it's rented out. We're not developers. I'm the architect for the end users. This is Humberto, his wife Angelica is sitting over there. They're gonna live in El Portal. This is their dream home that we're developing. We're not coming here to flip this. We're not coming here to do low quality work. We're here to, do something that they can pass over, to their children and future family. So just that being said, the overall design aesthetic is inspired by the masonry modern design identified in the Village of El Portal design guidelines. So it has, flat, low-lying roofs and a lot of organic aesthetics, the stone cladding, the wood cladding, just to kind of soften the architectural motif. So I just want to express that it was very inspired by the Village of El Portal. And I meticulously myself went in and studied all of the material and drove around the area, and I feel like it very well complements, especially in that street, what is existing now. So, and the scale of the home as well. It's a single-story home, so this is not some, massive structure that is going to be, seen from miles away. It's the same height as all of the homes around it. So, and there were a lot of questions and concerns in the past about drainage on the sites. So as an architect, I'm actually an architect from Miami-Dade County, and we, at the county, there's actually a storm retention plan that you need to submit to the building department before you get approved. So if there's an issue with drainage, there should never be an issue with drainage. And if there is, that's a code violation. So all contractors, everybody, they're very meticulous in analyzing these things, okay? So it's something you need to officially submit to the building department before you start building, to get a building permit, a storm retention plan that shows how water is going to be managed inside of the site. And a civil engineer, the person that has studied their entire life to do these kind of things, prepares these plans for builders. Just to kind of put that out there. But we did take into consideration permeability, and the driveway is not a typical not permeable concrete slab with, grass around it. It's a permeable paver driveway. So, we took a lot of decisions. We made a lot of decisions with that in mind: permeability on the site, storm drainage, scale, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We were talking about harmonious with the surrounding area, which goes right through with this sentence. Under the approval sentence, it does say, Ms. Hammonds, that the applicant shows good cause for ensuring the proposed development's congruity and compatibility with the surrounding area. And so when you guys are kind of going through it, do you look at just the houses on that street, or do you look at El Portal as a whole when you kind of decide that, you know, the development shows like compatibility and congruity with this one?
Yeah, El Portal as a whole.
Is that, for now, does it answer for now? All right. Anybody else from the audience? No? We're good? Okay, hearing, seeing none. Let's come back to the council. Council, do you have any last questions or comments before we ask for a motion?
I do have one last comment. I think at the end of the day, we also have to appreciate or try to step back. Sometimes when we're in a room full of people that believe the same way that we do, it gets like, it's a resounding chamber. But we do need to step back and understand that at some level, this is a subjective undertaking. I'm sure for Umberto and Angelica, they probably love this house and they love the way it looks, and this is what their dream of El Portal looks like. So when I get too deep into talking about some of the design choices, I think to myself, like, am I precluding someone else from having their idea of what the dream is? So there are some objective things that guide us. We don't want the property to be a nuisance to the other properties that are around it. We wouldn't want it to increase flooding for the neighbors. We wouldn't want it to be in some way a hazard. All of the elements that Scarlett looks at and the Corodino group looks at. Beyond that, when we get solely into, do I like the way this looks, or does this look like mine, I stop before that analysis and understand that though it is in the village of El Portal and there are certain requirements that we should hold that property to, it is Umberto and Angelica's dream, and barring it being a nuisance to the people around them or being in some way obviously violative of some code that is set forth in the village, I stop short of that and try to support the applicants in having their dream within the confines of the rules set in the village. So I just want to kind of couch my analysis in there so that you understand. I always try to be very transparent about why I'm doing what I'm doing. And in this analysis, I stop short of imputing my idea of what is beautiful. I think about what is allowed, and then the beauty of it, I leave some of that to the person who is going to be enjoying it.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. Anyone else from the council?
Just a quick question for the developer. The stone and wood cladding, the materials are set in stone or are chosen, or this is still something that, like, in the construction process will be determined at that time in terms of what the actual cladding will be?
The spec is not set in stone. The aesthetic is set in stone.
Okay.
So stone, no pun intended, yes, stone,
right.
and wood. Yeah. I didn't mean to.
So in that vein, I mean, all I have really is a suggestion that for either stone or wood, you know, more limestone or, you know, thematic and coral thematic as opposed to granite, at least for the exterior, and then, you know, more pine and oak as opposed to mahogany or cherry, and just in terms of, you know, the materials that you'd expect to see around here. I think that can be jarring for some people when they see a material such as a cladding that doesn't represent material that people see immediately in the nature around here, because then it seems like something transplanted and deposited here from somewhere else.
Understood.
And it seems invasive, right? As we talk about invasive like species and things like this, right?
Yeah.
So I personally think that part of the reaction to this design is a little bit of trying to wrap your brain around, okay, where does that stone fit into, you know, this area, and where does that wood fit into this area? More so than, I mean, it seems like a nice mid-century, modern-inspired design. So, it's merely a suggestion. But I think that sometimes as people, I think you remember from the first meeting that we had. I mean, I definitely was trying to wrap my head, you know, around the concept and the visualization of this. But but you speak very well for it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And just as a quick 2-second side note, just like as an opportunity to learn a little bit about what was mentioned with FAR, floor area ratio, the way that is calculated is that typically, for example, like municipalities or small, like Coral Gables, Miami Beach, a lot of those areas don't implement FAR. They have limits, height limits, and setback limits. But if you do want to discuss FAR, a typical FAR they hear is usually a 0.5, meaning that in a 10,000, or for example, the previous presenter that had an 8,000 square foot lot, in a 0.5 FAR, they'd be able to build 4,000 square feet. And that's 4,000 square feet of only enclosed space. So it doesn't count for open deck area. It doesn't count for anything outside. It's just the enclosed space. That's where the FAR is accounted for. So just so everybody has a quick understanding of what floor area ratio is, if it is implemented in the future, somebody with an 8,000 square foot lot and a 0.5 FAR could still build a 4,000 square foot home, just of enclosed space. So if they're doing 5,900 square feet of coverage, as long as just the enclosed space doesn't pass the 4,000 square foot, they could still build that. I mean, by the code.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anybody else from the council? We're good?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Are you ready to speak or are you ready to vote?
Ready to talk.
Ready to, okay, go ahead.
All right, so as I said last time at the planning and zoning meeting, I'm astounded by the water feature, right? I love the idea of opening up half of your house to just being open to a pool, open to a waterfall. It's a place that I would want to live. Now, this being said, I do hear a lot from the neighbors here, and we have these, what they're calling modern houses. And as I see the modern houses over and over again, there's the same thing over and over again, which is the flat roofs. My own personal peeve is my house. I have all 912 pitch. In the very back section is a little flat roof that builds all the tree leaves. And every month, my wife and I rake and take all the leaves off this roof because it's what happens here, as we expand. Now, if this was, a house flipping situation, I would be worried for the next owners. But this is the dream house that he wants to have. So I appreciate that. This being said, I look at the area around there. It really doesn't match anything else. Honestly, it's a little nicer. But the thing between that house and the other ones is the other houses all have pitch roofs. And I think we're having some kind of definition problem here where everyone is calling it boxy or calling it modern when it's just every time they say that and they're upset about it because it doesn't match Alport Towers, it's a flat roof. This being said, I think it's a beautiful, beautiful architectural piece. Maybe you and I could talk later about doing something with my house, but I want to copy the design of my house. This being said, is there anything at all that would be able to be changed with the roof pitch, or is it just, it has to happen in that way?
I mean, the overall architecture calls, just masonry modern architecture,
yeah,
is iconic for having its flat linear elements, very, mid-century modern style, just flat roof. And it does, there are going to be some parapets. I understand the leaf concern, but the foliage on the lot, that's not going to be a concern. Right now, it's a barren lot. We don't have a huge oak tree in there that's going to be shedding leaves on top. We're actually we're adding 2 oak trees to the site as part of our project. There's no trees on. There's a palm tree on the site. So as far as concerns with leaves falling, that's a non-issue for us. But
well,
yeah,
it's not an issue at the moment, but as the mayor keeps putting 76 beautiful oak trees onto this beautiful village every year, eventually they will hopefully be everywhere.
After 100 years. Yeah. And regarding the other houses in the vicinity, I don't know if of course, I know you've driven down 90th, and all of the houses are identical in that street. So when you say character and every house has its feet, every single house on that street is identical. They were all copied and pasted. It's like a developer went in and just completely copied in that street. I'm not talking about El Portal in general. So we're pioneering a little bit of change in the street, at least. I'm just leaving it at that. But it's very repetitive if you drive down 90th.
You're absolutely right. And I did say that it will be a nicer change. I think we're going to have to figure stuff out with our residents here to how we describe modern versus boxy versus flat roofs versus everything else. So we understand this, because as this next month you heard, we're actually changing parts of our building codes and what our residents want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the council? Okay, do I have a motion to approve Resolution G6?
Motion approved.
Motion by Councilperson Winters. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Martin. I'm accepting the staff report into the record. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, everybody.
G7,
Thank you.
Take care. Have a nice time.
G7, Mayor, a resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval for new construction of a two-story residence at 178 Northwest 88th Street in Zone 3 suburban residence in the Village of El Portal. An application by 88th Street Homes LLC, providing for findings, providing for appeal, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. While the clients are coming up, for this particular item, Ms. Hammonds, have there been any adjustments, changes, conditions?
No, there have not been any changes since the Planning and Zoning Board approval.
All right, thank you very much. Any initial comments or questions from the council?
We are considering these separately, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Not hearing that from the council, we'll go out to the public. Hold on 1 second while they set up. While they're setting up, we'll have our first person who wants to speak about this from the public come up. Say your name and address for the record while they set up.
Colin Brown, 374 Northeast 85th Street. I just want to say that I respect everything you said, Darian, and having common respect for people building their dream homes in El Portal. I hear you with that, and there's a point in which you keep your opinion to yourself. But I think that what I see is just the style of architecture that we are welcoming in tonight is profound.
No, it's noted. I understand your concerns.
And so at what point and how do you articulate your concern to try to impress the council in any capacity? And that's part of what's happening
I think
here.
you're doing that. I think
Okay.
you're doing it now. You've been doing it, consistently. We definitely know.
Yeah. I'm getting a lot
So-
of homes approved tonight.
Yes.
So it's
We can-
concerning.
We can talk afterwards, but as far as your opportunity to lodge your complaints, I think this is the correct forum. We've had conversations. I think having conversations is a great way to start. It doesn't mean that the outcome is going to be what you want it to be. So sometimes you have to divorce yourself from that, right? Will I ultimately get what I want? Do I have an opportunity to say what I want to say? Two different things. But I do think you're getting an opportunity to say what you want to say. And I want to impress upon you that I'm listening every single time, and listening to everyone in this room and really taking time to think about what it is my position is, and also communicating my position to you very clearly. I think the number one thing you can ask for is honesty, and I think I've always been honest with you, and will continue to be. But this is the correct forum. Will you always get the result that you want? Sometimes not, sometimes so. And I'm only 1 out of 5 in the wheel of that, but hopefully you always feel heard by me.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the council? I mean, from the public? For this particular property? Yeah.
So I'm Denise White again, 173 Northwest 88th Street. So this would be in front of me, right? It's going to be in front of me. And at first I was like, okay, cool, whatever. And I like the fact that it's no longer 2-story, because it used to be 2-story. Right. So I've been here ever since I was 12. And I appreciate everybody who love El Portal, but 12, okay? Right. So as 12, I ran up and down the streets with Mr. Alvarez, you know, I played ball, you know, I had friends there or what have you. Now, concern one is that quite possibly, you know, developers come in, they build something, and then they just throw it and then they sell it real quick. We have community here. And I think that's what everybody's talking about. I think they're talking about the community of the situation and not that you're just going to dump a house, sell it real quick, and be out. Are you going to care about the fact that we've been here since 12? Oh, I wouldn't know, right? Now, then on top of it, because I've been here since 12, he said every year it go up 3%, and we building bigger houses, and they humongous, and mine is just a little bit. You know, I want to be able to afford my house in 20 years because my mom, she's going to pass it to us, and we're going to still be in El Portal that whole time. But, you know, okay, cool, no problem. Right. So I am worried about the fact if it's $2 million and mine ain't $2 million. Excuse my English, not English. You know, I know there's a teacher in the room. She might spank me or something. Anyway, so I'm worried about that. And then my neighbor on the side and in the back, Caridad, when it was 2 stories, she said she liked to walk around, you know. She don't want nobody peering over into her house. So I like the fact that it went down. Thank you for that. But will my neighbors flood? For that, I'm justice all day. And if you build a house and you dump a whole bunch of concrete, and then tomorrow, and the man said they got to get it approved by the people from the city and the state, I get it. But be concerned about the people who have been here since 12. Because I don't want no water floating where the water, we have never flooded. El Portal, everybody flooded. Hialeah flooded. Coral, oh, they underwater. People driving, they got submarines now. Not El Portal. We don't flood. If you do flood, I'm sorry, you should come over by my house. We don't flood ever. We don't ever flood by my house. So if you're gonna dump some concrete so you could sell this real quick and flood us out, yeah, no, we're concerned. We're concerned. Well, I don't even want to wear shoes, so I'm not the person to tell you your house got to look a certain way. But will the purpose and the way your house is built, will it bring in family or will it bring in some people who just trying to sell some stuff? That's what we want to know. We want to know that our kids can play on the street and nobody going to run them over, even though sometimes I drive a little fast. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't think we're here to try and make anybody do anything. What we're saying is that we have a neighborhood because our houses are kind of old and people like it and families move in. And we don't want no big blobby looking things that make some people who not gonna stay move in. We want people to stay. We want them to be invested so they don't run over our children. Amen?
Thank you very much. Who's next from the public?
My name is George Alvarez, 165 Northwest 88th Street. I'm one of the people who will live across from these developments. I'm not going to get into it too much, but I would ask that for reasons of what I'm hoping are compromise and decency, that you table this application. The mayor and I had a conversation in which we discovered a little bit of a communication lapse in terms of how I and a couple of my neighbors would like to speak to the developers. I'm going to reiterate what I just said for a different property. I don't hate modern design, and modern design is all the rage, whether it's mid-century or whether it's Courvoisier, whether it's, you know, the modern that existed in the 1920s or the modern that exists now. Some of it's really sexy, some of it's more livable than other versions of it. But what I'm saying is the right angle thing. where one house exists next to another, and it's such a stark difference, not in just size or design, but in terms of the social reality around it. There are no other houses in El Portal where there is a 2 or 2-ish car garage in the front with a long rectangle in the back. However sexy it is, however useful it is, however livable it is different. And ideas of privacy and ideas of taxation are real, because when expensive houses sell in your neighborhood, yes, your taxes go up, presumably because your property value is also going up. But is your property value going up in every market? No. Certainly not in the market that we saw as of about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And that seems to be the projection. And again, we are fortunate to live in a place that's about, 9 to 15 feet above sea level. Our old houses built in the 1930s or the 1940s, or in some cases the 1950s, as lovely as they are, as much as we love them, what they are is developers' dreams. So if we cannot find ways to create compromises now, we are doomed. El Portal will be different, and unless you are as wealthy as Councilperson Urban alluded to at the beginning of this meeting, were you listening, you are going to have a tough time. You're not going to be able to optimize the value of your homes. Go through the Miami Shores right now. There's some great moderns which use landscaping and have a sense of the demure, I'm going to say. And they are modern houses, open floor plans, lots of glass, some concrete, some natural elements. There are other homes in Miami Shores that are not that. They look like cyborg fortresses. You know what I'm saying. Attorney Geller lives in Bay Harbor. I think he sees some of the same thing. No? No?
I work there, but I live in Appleton.
You drive through it then. So there are some better, there are some worse. This is our opportunity, and this is what I stressed to the mayor earlier, to all of you. This is the night where we can choose to let things change unabated, unadulterated, without too much comment or concern, or it's when we can set a precedent that honors houses as lovingly as we honor them in Sherwood Forest over on the west side, where we are sometimes a little bit ghettoized, as is the case in El Portal. Now, for all you developers in the audience, don't worry, we'll be done soon. These are real concerns. You may have shut your ears to me. You may have shut your ears to other people who spoke, but these residents are not going away. And if they go away, it's a problem. So I'm hoping that you guys will advocate for us and for a situation that allows people who I presume to know what they're doing to get together. Because if it is approved, they will have no incentive to get together with us. Where I used to live, in fact, when I talked to the mayor a few months ago, I wanted to talk to him about what I could build, what was not going to completely offend my neighbors. Because I'd like to build a garage, and I'd like it to include some office space for me to use and some storage space. I might be looking for an architect, I don't know. But I went to the mayor to find out what could work with the neighborhood, assuming that what could work with the neighborhood was going to be advocated for in a consistent way by all the mechanisms of El Portal: residents, council, administration, code, new code people, Corradino Group. Apparently that was not the case. That's okay. That's how we live here. So we have to take it upon ourselves to advocate for the other residents This is a property, looks pretty cool in the rendering. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but in what we were sent a week ago, or last Friday, the 2 addresses are the correct addresses, presuming that they're the correct addresses, but both plans were for the same house. So I don't know if that was a scrivener's error or something, but we received 176 and 178, but it was both the same plans, it looked like. And the reason I'm asking is, were there any changes specifically with this, where the septic went? Because I thought they were both in the front, now one's in the front, now one's in the back. You guys can address that, I guess. I'm sure it's a reasonable answer. I just think that I would like our council, and maybe I'm just being a little too optimistic here, to encourage a discourse between developers and residents. Because these 2 houses, if they are charming, being put up together, what's to say that somebody doesn't buy a lot and put 3 houses that are identical or nearly identical together? And then we have sprawl development. Sprawl development is built square foot by square foot and home by home, and it's built doubly fast when it's 2 houses by 2 houses, and triply fast, 3 houses by 3 houses. So because this is going to happen, I'm asking that you guys help us come together so that we can find some satisfactory compromises, as they have apparently done in the shores in some places at least. I'm going to leave it at that. Hope you don't hate me too much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you,
Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alvarez. Appreciate it. Anyone else from the public for this particular item? Anyone else from the public? Oh. Say your name and address for the record.
Oh, Denise, 173 Northwest 88th Street, no shoes. So I was over there talking to one of my neighbors. I'm getting to know people now that I'm coming to the meetings. And she was like, oh, you're bragging that you don't flood? I flood all the time. She says, I flood all the time because we've allowed, I say we because I don't go to the meetings, we've allowed people to build pools all around her. So now she floods. My beautiful front neighbors got pools. And on top of that, her property says flooding. Okay, should we take that into consideration? Could you raise the house up? Could you, let it soak down? That kind of thing. That's number 1. Number 2, when they're talking about allowing all kind of things, different things and different designs, and I'm for that. See, I want to put a bus on the side of my mom's house, and I want to live in that. Is that allowed by El Portal? Would that be aesthetically okay or not okay? That's what I really want to do, but I know my sister told me that you can't have wheels as an extra part of your house in El Portal, so they said no. They said no to me. I'm disappointed. Sometimes we got to say no because we just don't want any and everything. And I'm not saying I'm the last person to restrict. I want people to be as free as they want to be. But again, I want my neighborhood to remain a neighborhood and not become a big city street. Amen.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Anyone else from the audience for this particular item? Okay. Coming back to the council, is there anything you guys want to say really quick? Necessarily, I'll come to you if we have to. Let me go to the audience real quick, and then I'll come back and I'll answer a couple of things. Go to the council real quick. Anybody from the council, questions, comments?
I'm curious to hear from the developer.
Okay, before I go to you all really quickly. So, there's discussion about El Portal, being here since 12 years old, No shoes, only socks. I see you, sister. So there was a discussion about community and, just the fear of developers coming in, not having an investment into the community as far as like an emotional investment into the community or a historical investment through their emotion into the community, and therefore kind of like not having that warm connection with the community. I think that's something that, that's something that's important. I think that there are different type of developers, though. And I think that you can, through the character of an individual, see what type of developers are a certain way and which type aren't a certain way. They've been really, really great with their communication throughout. They've really come to the table and been open to, the things that we wanted or the questions that we had. I will say that for the record. As far as the flooding, we did hear earlier about the storm retention plan, and I think it's just something that we all need to kind of keep in mind moving forward, because there are procedures that you have to go through when these new site plans go up, and these procedures that individuals have to go through. Just understand these procedures are things where inspectors not only come out at the very end to inspect finally, but there are inspections that go on throughout the process. All right? And so just kind of keep that in mind. As far as the pools causing the flooding, I don't know where the individual was living, whether the pools went all around her, and there was a lot of flooding calls. But a lot of times in municipalities, it depends on where your house is located. If it's located in like a flood zone, then look at everybody shaking their head. All the developers start shaking their head. Yeah. If your home is located in a flood zone, then if you do put a pool in, then the septic tank and things like that have to be raised because you're in a flood zone. For example, everybody who drives on 86th Street west of North Miami Avenue, there's that one home that always has the water in front of it. If you ever see when we have either a hurricane or hard storms, 86th Street west of North Miami Avenue, and as you go even further west, Northwest 2nd Avenue and Northwest 3rd Avenue, it gets really, really bad there. 88th Street is not that. Even 87th Street doesn't really even flood west of North Miami Avenue. All right? There'll be some flooding in the nature trail a little bit maybe, but it's not like that. So just to answer that question about the pools, both things might be true, but they don't coincide in that type of situation. All right? They don't coincide like that. Okay? The one thing that I do have a question about sometimes is just making sure that, the new septic tanks have enough room horizontally to be able to, have the requirements that they need. But that's kind of a different story. As far as the modern aesthetic and Mr. Alvarez and the meeting with the developers, I understand what you're saying. I think that Vice Mayor Martin kind of touched on it when we're talking about style of homes, which I think that it's a legitimate thing that the residents bring up as far as how do we want our community to look and how do we want our community to feel. But we have to balance that with, an individual might not like a certain home, but it doesn't mean that that home is a bad home necessarily. And we have to kind of balance that sometimes with also thinking about the future and how we want our community to be in the future and what we want to maintain as far as tradition and serenity and things like that. So that's just that. And the last thing, Alvarez, what I mentioned before with the meeting with developers, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. The only thing, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, the only thing that I'm cautious about, though, is once people get to a point, and this is not good or bad, it is what it is, but once individuals get to a point where they have their mind made up through an emotional sphere, they're not open to hear anything other than the words that will match what they emotionally have made up in their mind. For example, quick example. Last meeting, you had individuals that were yelling from the audience, saying, "You're not listening to us, you're not listening to us," where I was in the process of answering all the questions that had come up. So if I wasn't listening, how could I respond to the questions? But when people are emotional, then they're not open to hear anything else. So if somebody's mind's made up where I'm against this, and if it doesn't change to what I feel the vision is, then I'm not going to be happy. Then the meeting, no matter how long it is, would just be a waste of time. That's kind of how, for example, when the whole thing came up about the launch. And shout out to my man, Mr. Kobrick in the back, always a good resident. Love Mr. Kobrick, his persistence. He's always kind, nice, polite, man of good character. But when it came down to Mr. Kobrick and the developers of the launch, that's why at the end, my whole thing was just kind of like, we should probably just take it to court or deal with it, because they were never going to see eye to eye. And so if you have your mind made up about a particular thing, and that's just what it is, it doesn't matter. You can meet for 15 hours. You're going to be wasting your time. So that's the only thing that, I'm really cautious about when it comes to the meeting, but hopefully for everything else, those were the questions that came up with that. We'll now hear from anything you guys have to say that Councilperson Erbaum said.
I think first to discuss the issue of community homes. These are built for families. This particular home that we are discussing right now is a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom home, approximately 2,700 square feet living area. We are not overbuilding on the site. The other thing I would like to say about community is, we don't really consider ourselves developers. I'd like to invite someone from the audience who was sworn in up to speak. She was the original owner of the property and the original applicant who put this through 18 months ago in October of 2023. So she can tell you how this project came to be, how we were involved to help her build these two homes.
Mayor, council, and guests, and residents, and neighbors, actually. I apologize, I'm gonna read because I get very emotional when it comes to things, and I'm not a very good speaker, so please bear with me. My name is Marilyn Brooks. My husband and I, along with our family, lived at 176 Northwest 88th Street for nearly 15 years. We purchased our property in 2005. I was drawn to the house and the area just because of the location on a quiet, family-friendly, like Denise said, street. But I was also drawn to it because of the calming and the sense of peace that the property gave me. It reminded me of my time when I lived in Ohio, and it felt like the perfect place to raise a family. By the way, I have 2 sons, one's 23, one's 14. My husband, on the other hand, he was captivated by the amount of land. We had approximately, I think, 15,000 square feet. From the moment we moved in, he began to dream about building a second home on the property, something for my mother or the kids one day. He just had that in his head. He had done construction in Venezuela and felt confident that he could build it himself. Unfortunately, at the time, the city codes didn't allow for that to happen because of the lot size requirements for building. fast forward to 2019, when we discovered those requirements had changed. I think they changed in 2017. The city confirmed in writing that we could now legally separate the property, and Miguel was ecstatic. We started envisioning different ways to make that happen. But as it often does, life throws us a curveball. And for us, it threw us multiple curveballs, one right at a time. 5 years ago, my vibrant artistic mother, whose work adorns a lot of restaurants and spaces across Miami, had a heart attack. 2 months after that, our youngest son, who was only 9, suffered a ruptured appendix and spent nearly 2 weeks in the hospital. During that time, Miguel, my husband, had a routine colonoscopy, or so we thought. This revealed a cancerous tumor. While they were able to remove part of his colon, a follow-up scan revealed something even more serious. A neuroendocrine tumor that had silently grown for over 15 years, wrapped around his spleen and his pancreas. If it wasn't for that colonoscopy, he might not be here today. The tumor was removed along with the spleen and his pancreas, and the recovery was long and painful. Our neighbors, Denise, George, can attest to how slow and painful that was. They often saw him struggling to walk up and down the driveway with a walker. One day, he collapsed in the street and had to be helped by a neighbor. It was heartbreaking time. Our kids were devastated to see their father, always present and involved, unable to attend their games or outings. I was heartbroken watching him struggle just to get out of bed. And Miguel, he hurt because the dream he had held on to was starting to slip away. And then less than a year later, my mother had a stroke. She had been alone for nearly 24 hours. The stroke left her with full paralysis on her left side and significant cognitive decline. I was her only child. She was my children's last grandparent. Our lives were crumbling around us, but so was our home. Miguel couldn't work. I worked on commission. We lived with a hole in our ceiling in our family room for months. Eventually, my mom passed away. Miguel and I started talking about selling the house. I could see defeat in his eyes. He felt like he had lost everything, including the chance to fulfill his dream. And one afternoon, during a conversation with a dear friend of over 30 years, who's in the audience, and her daughter, over here, we talked about these challenges. The house came up. My friend's husband is a contractor. Her daughter is great with financing. And her daughter's best friend's husband, he's an architect. We realized that together there might be still a way to bring my husband's dream to life, even if it was not exactly how he imagined it. We partnered to build these homes. We didn't partner with a large developer, not to someone looking to flip and overbuild or take advantage of the community. We partnered with friends. We partnered with friends who we knew that they were going to treat this community with love and with the same care that we lived in it ourselves. I know Denise's family, and I know them very well. I'm sorry. They wanted to help me honor my husband's dream. I know some of our neighbors have concerns, and I understand that. Some of them are technical, and I believe that they're here to answer those. And I think in the other meetings, which I've watched from home, I think that a lot of those questions have been answered. A lot of them are emotional, and I know that. My comments today are emotional. I simply want to be able to have my husband look at his children and say, listen, no matter what obstacles you have, you push through and you persevere, and the end might not look like you thought it would. But this is a life lesson that he wants to share with his children. So I understand your concerns, but please understand this isn't a big developer. This is somebody who lovingly wants to honor the trees, landscaping, the vibrancy of El Portal. That's what we want too. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
And
it.
you know, as the mayor attested, and Councilman Wiltshire has mentioned in other meetings, we have been open, we have come, we have made adjustments to roof plans, to, you know, added additional landscape. We are 1,000% considering this neighborhood and the future families that will live in these homes as we put these plans through.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments from the council?
I have a few quick questions. So I'm going through the what was posted, and Mr. Alvarez was correct. You have both A sections here on the what was submitted from El Portal, but I have seen these obviously in the past in the planning and zoning, and I'm familiar with it. But because some stuff is missing here, I'm wondering, do you have a plan that shows where the septic tank on parcel B is going to go? Well, are we not talking about both right now, but would separate votes?
I can show you both.
Okay.
On parcel A, which is 178.
Mm-hmm.
The septic tank is right here.
Okay.
In the back. Okay. We'll be on this open side.
All right.
So it fits nicely. We had to work a little harder on the other parcel. Previously, we had the septic here. As you can see, when we're embellishing the front with sun-loving vegetation,
Mm-hmm.
it's not really a great spot for it.
Yeah.
We still feel that it could be there without causing flooding issues, but that, we don't have to get into that because we found a way to situate it on the side here.
That's wonderful.
Okay? Now, both our septics are, well, as far as the pool comment goes, you know, our pools are facing each other. We're not having a pool on this side or the other side for the neighbors. So that's just something I wanted to point out, and it was part of the design to begin with.
I love the fact that you're able to pull that septic tank back to the side there. I think.
Another point, sorry, go ahead.
I think one of the things the neighbors have said to us many times was that, you know, septic tank in the front yard, possible hill. Obviously, you're above elevation for you to even have a hill, right?
Yeah.
So this, I think, alleviates a lot of the thoughts and the feelings with that whole issue because they're worried about flooding, as you've heard. Go on.
So in reference to the septic tank, as that's designed and engineered, as we've heard many times today, that will go through a review process by city planners and the reviewers of the building departments to judge that it is according to code. There is no mound. If you look at the section, once it gets through permitting, I've been able to have a preview of the plans. It is as close to grade as it possibly can be. There is no mound. It is as close to grade as it possibly can be.
And we have already conducted a site evaluation by a master septic contractor, which we would need to include in our submission to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for our septic permit that confirms no flooding, no 10-year flooding, and below elevation. So that's already done.
Of course. So one last question here. When do you guys plan to break ground?
As soon as we get building permits.
Thank you.
We would love to move forward as quickly as possible.
All right.
Anyone else from the council?
Yeah, so I remain with my primary concern, which I've been very clear about in previous meetings and even speaking after the last meeting, I believe. My primary concern is that these two properties are sister properties. That is my primary concern. So, as I said last time, you know, I have my own personal objection to the outright cubism of the garage, but the house itself is, I mean, it reminds me of a 1970s a home. I don't find the design itself is not my issue. I'll just say that the design itself is not my issue. My issue is taking these properties together. And so I have a concern that the fates of both of these properties will be intertwined forever because of their relationship to each other. So in the future, you have one homeowner who's diligent with maintenance and another homeowner who's not. Then you end up with properties that look like they're supposed to be essentially maintained together. It will become a thing that won't make sense any longer, and you'll have property values going in the other direction if you have simply one. Whereas if you had two completely unique properties and one becomes decrepit, well, that one becomes the issue and the focus. My concern is that these properties' fates will be intertwined because of their relationship to each other. So I'll leave it at that. That is my concern. That is my concern.
If I may respond, having driven up and down all the streets of El Portal, and my personal home where I live in Miami-Dade is the same. At some point in the 40s or 50s, there was a development on that street, and every house also looked the same. And through the decades, because of maintenance or change in preference and colors and roof styles, those have changed as well. How is that different in your mind with these two?
Well, firstly, because they are expressly developed. I mean, I keep using the phrase sister properties. If there's someone who could correct my lingo, if there's like, an actual term for that. I mean, I'm just using a generic phraseology here to describe the situation. But because they are, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying about that in terms, like, I'm not saying that this is a cookie cutter. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, as I talked about in a previous meeting, is you're almost creating a separate little subdivision of these two properties in the middle of the block, and so it is unmistakable to pass. I mean, you put the things together. It's unmistakable. It's
From the front elevation, they don't look so exactly the same with the different roofs and the different landscaping, different colors, Maybe if you're looking at it from the top elevation.
And you did make the changes to the garage on the parcel B, yeah.
And the roof, and the landscaping,
And the landscapings and.
materials, colors.
So, I think when you look at the top elevation, you're thinking that, but you're gonna be seeing it walking right in front.
And the purpose of this action is to sell both of these properties to new homeowners, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
I wish I could afford to live there, but no.
okay, so, thank you.
Really quickly, so with the, back to the septic thing, where's the drain field gonna go?
In which one?
Both.
Okay.
And because these are larger properties, you need a little larger drain field, so just,
It's 400 square feet.
Okay.
Based on calculation.
Mhm.
And in this case, it's square. The drain field's roughly square.
okay.
Point of entry is here, to the bathroom, on the first floor. And so it just travels right there.
So the drain field's directly next to the pool,
No, it's south of it. Yeah.
south of the pool, next to the pool.
It
Okay.
has adequate distance from the water body.
Hopefully your
For
pool
code.
is sealed.
Yeah.
And the other one?
The other one, so that we can make it fit in the backyard,
Mm-hmm.
So we can preserve the tree.
is adjacent here. And again, with adequate distance from the pool by code.
Yeah, and the square footage,
Point of entry is here, same.
400.
400 square feet.
Okay.
It's more, it's longer.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else from the council? All right. Hearing none. All right, so you guys, we have various options here. This is for parcel A only. This is resolution G7. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion approved.
Motion by Councilperson Winters. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Martin. This is for parcel A, G7. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Erba.
No.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1.
Item G8, Mayor. A resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval for new construction of a two-story residence at 176 Northwest 88th Street in Zone 3, suburban residence in the Village of El Portal. An application by 88th Street Homes LLC, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for appeal, providing for an effective date.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that resolution G8, because of the clerical error of the supplementing documents.
What?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe that G8, my recommendation would that it would have to be tabled, because the supplemental documents for parcel B shows parcel A, which is the issue.
So, okay, yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but again, it was approved. It's the same exact plan that was approved by the planning board.
I understand. My only, yeah. Yeah, I can open it up. Hold on a second. I'll show you. So, parcel B. So this is parcel B. Boom, parcel B. It's the same one.
No, it's different. It's a different building.
Yeah. So, yeah, so it's this, it's different. So my suggestion would just be, that we have to defer it, yeah. As the clerk just said, yeah, we have to defer it because the supplemental documents don't match what we're actually voting on as far as the resolution. Now, what I think would be unfair is, because we have to come back next council meeting, and this is something that, you know, it's an administrative thing, so it would be handled behind closed doors, Madam Manager. But I think it would be, what I do think would be unfair is that because it wasn't the developer's fault that that they would have to pay for the advertisement again. I think that should come from a different place, and not necessarily El Portal. So.
Mayor, re-advertising is not necessary if you postpone to a date certain. If you just say postpone, then yes, there does have to be re-advertising. But if you postpone to a date certain, it's not required. I'm not suggesting by that what the council should do, whether you, the planner is better able to explain what was submitted, what was considered previously, et cetera. So I'm not suggesting that you do postpone. I'm simply pointing out that if that's an option you take, if you specify the date, that means it does not have to be re-advertised as a matter of law.
Yeah, I mean, it would be the next council meeting, which would be May 27th. It would have to be the next council meeting, which is May 27th.
If that's part of the motion to defer to that date, it would not have to be re-advertised. Again, I'm not saying that's what you should do, ought to do, or have to do. That's up to you.
Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Could this be one of those situations where we can provide a condition, as you had might have suggested earlier, to point towards perhaps the previous agenda, which was approved with the Planning and Zoning Committee?
With a supplemental document.
Attorney Geller can answer that, but I don't believe so. Only, I would say no, only because not only is this the hearing, but this is the meeting where that was advertised, that we're voting on. Attorney Geller, but you can.
Mayor, at your direction, I'm happy to answer. I want to be clear that I answer questions that come from the mayor and council. And in this case, you've directed, but I'm not sure if I completely understand what the issue is. May I ask the planner to see if she can explain to me what the concern is, and then I can answer that question fully?
It's my understanding from what I've heard tonight that the backup documents, such as the site plan and the elevations and reports, were duplicated. As you remember, these were two lots that were originally had the same address. They were parcel A and B. Somehow we got uploaded. They gave us all the right information. Yeah, but somehow between them getting it to us and us getting it onto the web, there was a duplication, and the correct backup didn't come for the parcel, the second parcel.
For tonight.
Correct, but it was correct at Planning and Zoning Board.
So when it was approved at P&Z, the
Yes.
documents were accurate?
Correct.
Well, Mayor, I can say that I don't think that it's definitive either way. It's not a clear-cut issue, but if the documents were A, properly submitted and considered at P&Z, and B, submitted accurately by the applicant, I would think it is, again, what you do is your choice. But as to what is permitted legally, I would think that in the absence of any other factors that might bear on it, that as a matter of law, the kind of solution that the vice mayor applied previously in setting a condition could be incorporated if the motion was not only to approve with a condition, but to amend the motion itself to say that the approval is specifically based on those documents considered at the P&Z meeting and presented by the applicant absent the scrivener's error. Now, you certainly are not required to do that, and the decision that the council would have to make would be based on whether or not there was any prejudice to anyone because of the scrivener's error. If the council determines that because of the scrivener's error that it's confusing to the public and that there is, actual confusion has occurred, then you should not take that route. You should defer. But if your decision is that you don't believe there's any actual confusion based on the previous public hearing, then you are permitted, but not required, to employ the alternate solution that the vice mayor used in attaching a condition, but also amending the motion itself to specify that it's based on the documents considered at the previous public hearing and submitted by the applicant, notwithstanding the scrivener's error. And that's the best answer I think I can give you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. I appreciate that. This is what I would say. I would say that I understand what you're saying, but I think that this is a little bit different from just a normal condition, right? Because a normal condition is, we have the documents in front of us, but then there's a condition associated with the documents in front of us that we're putting on the motion, right? The problem is.
And that's a correct statement, Mayor. Let me just say you're 100% correct in that. And that's why simply attaching a condition as you did to the other one would be insufficient. You'd have to actually amend the motion to approve as well to specify which documents it was that was being approved, because your statement is 100% correct.
No, I appreciate that, Attorney Geller. And then, you know, secondly, considering what you were just saying, I just don't know how easy I feel about opening up that precedent, because now you're talking about, does it just go back one meeting? And where does it say that it can just go back one meeting? Like, can somebody say from 3 meetings ago that they want to accept something from back then to add or in addition to or something like that? So it's just kind of like a slippery slope. We've never done that before. And therefore, I don't know if I'm ready to start that now, but I'll open it up and hear from the council.
I would have an issue with notice on this. I think the reason why we send out those agendas is so that everyone has a really good opportunity to look and feel at what it is we're talking about. So for us to then just kind of try to throw it back to 4 weeks, I have 2 small kids. I can't remember what happened yesterday. So for us to try to jog everyone's memory about what happened 6 weeks ago, I think that's a bit of a stretch. Although it is definitely a time suck, and I apologize, it shouldn't happen that way. But because it wasn't included in the document, I would have a tremendous issue with notice. I think it would be best for us to just pump our brakes here. Eat whatever cost is associated, but I do think that the residents need to actually see what it is that Parcel B looks like, have an opportunity to look at it, talk to their neighbors about it, and then come back and have an educated discussion with us on it. So for me, I would not be able to do the gymnastics necessary to get it approved tonight. I think it's best that we defer.
Anybody else from the council?
So I move to defer this item until the next council meeting.
We have a motion to defer the item until, this is resolution G8, Parcel B.
Mayor, is the motion to defer to
They'll
a
tell me
date
the
certain?
date. Can the
To date
clerk
certain,
tell me the
yes.
date of the next council meeting?
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
so much.
Vice Mayor, say again, please.
I would like to defer the item to the next council meeting, which will occur on May 27th of 2025
At 7 p.m.
at 7 p.m. on the dot.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor.
Hopefully. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second, you guys?
I'll second.
Who was that? Was that Councilperson Urban?
Yeah.
Have a second by Councilperson Urban. Any more discussion from the council? Any discussion overall from anyone? Okay. Madam Clerk, can I please have a roll call?
Roll call. Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes
All
5,
right,
4 to
Thank you
0.
very much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Sorry about that, you guys, but we won't make you pay for the advertisement again. G9.
And just for the record, Mayor, to be clear, because it's to a date certain, it does not require re-advertising, but that is not the same as saying that the village will not make every effort to be sure that everyone is aware that the item is coming back up when it posts the agenda, et cetera. So, item G9, I believe, is next?
Yes.
Okay. G9, a resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval for the new construction of a 2-story residence at 8750 Northeast 4th Avenue Road, Sanctuary Arbor, Lot 13, in Zone 3, a suburban residence in the Village of El Portal, an application by Sanctuary Venture LLC, providing for findings, providing for appeal, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Ms. Hammonds, do we have any changes to this? What's this, Lot 13? Do we have any changes, adjustments, conditions?
We do not. This is what was approved at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the public, does the council have any initial comments or questions?
Last month, I asked for a revised arborist report for the tree moving so you could prove the percentage of survival rate. Did you provide that?
You asked for a report with, from the arborist with
remember
the
the-
survival rate?
The percentage we asked for?
Well, that's provided by Miami-Dade County Durham. If we basically, on our 3 application, are following their guidelines on the application for the 3 relocation. So there's no way I can get an arborist to generate such report.
I don't think that's true. You're transplanting 3 oak trees, right?
Yes.
When we spoke about the percentage of survivability of them, I asked you for the proof from the arborist, and I expected like an arborist report explaining the new change, because the original arborist report that you gave did not talk about transplanting all 3 trees. It talked about taking them down and transplanting 1 or 2 of them. So I'm just trying to get
Just to correct you, we are relocating 3 trees.
Correct.
Okay, and our arborist, and not only the arborist, but the tree company hired to do the 3 relocations are following the Durham guidelines, and the guidelines use, or whatever they use to follow their license as arborist and certified tree relocators.
I'm sorry I didn't make myself more clear, but when on the record I asked you for that percentage and we were not happy with the 40% that was given, we talked about getting a new paperwork, which is obviously arborist related.
Yeah, but there's no way I can get such. We can research it together and see what the books said or Miami Durham says, but the trees are being relocated.
So you're
no
saying
matter, but one second, Mr. Winters, the trees are being relocated because we're following Miami Durham guidelines.
So you're saying
And they approved, we're in the process to do that. So I don't know how that changed our site plan approval. Or the process herein, if we're following the code as specified.
So I really am a little surprised, honestly, because I was expecting a certified arborist can give you these percentages. When I brought an arborist out to your property, I was given percentages as well. But this is something that is a very big deal to the residents.
Correct.
And I've heard it many, many times, and I need to be able to reassure them. In order for me to vote yes on this, I need this from you.
Yeah, but I could say 10%. Is that okay? Because it's just an opinion.
Yeah.
It could be 20%. It could be
opinion.
5% if all the procedures allowed by the code are followed. And what I can tell to you and give you assurance, not only to you, but everybody, all the members here, is that we hire the best company to do this. And we're doing it because we want to preserve the trees. So the code allows us for 2 options. We replace the canopy or we relocate the trees, which selected the latest. And it's the most expensive one. Why? Because we want to maintain the trees. But we also want to use our right to develop the property. Any person has that right. If you, for example, have a house and you want to expand because your family is growing, you want to add to that, but guess what? The only way you can expand is where the tree is. So you have that option. You can either replace the canopy or you can plant new trees, but you want to be able to exercise your legal rights of develop that property. We already have setbacks. We're complying with all the setbacks. But to give you an assurance of that here on record, that's for Miami Durham who approves the permit, I think, to come here and kind of do a charrette with the citizen, explains what the procedures are.
I don't think you understand.
We're following.
When we talked and I asked for the percentage, we need to get an arborist report, a certified arborist report. So he's gonna say, in 3 to 6 months, properly prune the root ball on this half. And 6 months later, properly do it on this half. Then we're gonna trim the trees at this portion. You need to have a plan to remove trees this big. And then wait, let me finish. Then the plan has to also state how long it's gonna take of watering the tree. It could take 2 years for us to do the transplant where they actually take root. We need to have this in a plan. Without this plan, we can't just go by your 10%, 20%, 50%. We need to have someone who's certified, because I'm not an arborist. Are you an arborist? Is anyone here an arborist? All right. In a second. Just wait 1 second.
Wait 1 second.
So this is my thing. I want to work with you.
Yep.
But without this thing, I can't vote yes today. I would rather defer it and get that report to prove that everything you're doing is correct so that our bases are covered than vote no for you today.
If you want, we can provide you with the Durham tree permit, and their specifications are in this application.
Again, I need to know the plan that the arborist is taking, the timeline.
It's not the arborist, it's the tree certification, that the tree certified that is applying and following Miami-Durham's guidelines. Okay. And we're following all the procedures. I can provide you with Durham, but I don't see, because we are with Miami-Durham pulling this permit, and we're following the code. I don't know what that does to the approval, the site plan approval, because what I'm being here is not questioning if you allow me or no to relocate the trees. We are providing site plan approvals for both houses. The trees are gonna be relocated no matter what in 2 months, because Miami-Durham is giving us the permit to do so.
Well, that's
So
very
you're not
unsettling.
you're not approving, it's not gonna change that
You
fact.
can't move a tree in 2 months that large.
2 or 3 trees, whatever Durham approves.
You have to cut the root ball in half and wait whatever
Okay.
amount of months, whatever's the proper
Okay,
procedure.
Whatever the proper
Whatever the
procedure
proper
is being followed. And I just want to state
So-
that on the record, that whatever procedure is being approved by Miami-Durham and followed by the certified professionals to make sure that tree survives is what we are going to do.
It doesn't stop the fact that I still only have an arborist report from before you decided to move these trees.
Yeah.
So I need one afterwards to show exactly where they're going, how they're going to be moved, how they're going to be taken care of, how they'll be watered after that for the next year so that they do not die. Because you might move the trees and they could die here. I want to make sure that they're watered as well.
What I can do is provide you with the Durham permit.
That's not what I asked for.
But that's what I can provide you.
Okay.
Because the person, we hire a certified arborist to come and inspect and measure every tree. That arborist is not relocating the company. What's relocating the tree is a tree mover company who is certified to do this and using the arborist report. But one is not gonna say if the procedures that the professional is gonna do and give me a report for that, for another person, third person to do the work. So you're asking me for something that I literally cannot provide.
Anybody else from the council? All right, let's go out to the public. Anybody from the public for this particular lot 13? Just say your name and address for the record.
Hi there, Colin Brown, 374 Northeast 85th Street. I just wanted to explain that there are methods of transplanting trees, both the methods of watering it, the way it's root pruned. A lot of trees, if they're not transplanted by somebody who's certified, they won't create a root ball that's big enough for the size of the tree. And what Charlie asked for, I think, maybe 6 times, and which you gave him the same answer to multiple times, was how can we as a village ensure that somebody who's qualified is moving those trees? That's it. And so when you say the same thing 6 times, just for reference, I'm a resident, I'm talking to Charlie. I'm asking about the trees. I'm a landscape architect. I know the process. So when I hear you say the same thing to him 6 times, and he's left with his hands in the air, can you verify that you understand what's being asked of you?
Okay, hold on.
I understand.
Oh, wait. Hold on. So there's a statement of decorum for council meetings, all right? So you shouldn't talk down to somebody, you guys. Don't like belittle somebody, okay? Like, do you understand? Like, don't do that to people, okay? There's a statement of decorum. And, you know, let's always be nice and respectful. And again, I go back to the example, no matter how heated it got, Scott Colbrick, doing very heated back and forth during the launch, was always very kind and nice and respectful. Okay? Yes, that was, yes.
I talked down to him, asked him if he understood.
Yes.
So what can I say instead of asking him if he understands? What would be a nicer way of doing that?
Yeah, so what you said when you were stating your original point of Councilperson Winters, you know, asked you 6 times for, you know, the same question, and you didn't give him an answer even though he asked you 6 times. Can you please provide that answer? If not, can you inform Councilperson Winters that you don't know that answer?
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hey, Kevin Morrow, 320 Northeast 88th Street. My one question, is there any precedent for this tree removal in the village that we can look to in terms of, is this the first time we're moving trees?
Yeah, the precedent is that developers typically just remove trees that are in their way and replant new canopy with new organisms. And so in the Planning and Zoning Committee, I think part of the reason his answer is consistent 6 times in a row is because his answer just hasn't changed. He's using a certified tree relocation service who will be following all of those protocols. The issue right now is, I believe Councilperson Winters is looking for a greater guarantee than has already been stated as to what the survivability rate of all 3 of those trees will be. So what's happening right now is a developer is basically going out of pocket because this is far more expensive to relocate than to replace. There is no impetus there that requires him to relocate anything. He's well within his right to just do full removal and full replacement with new species. Doesn't even have to be the same species. But, you know, there is an issue of canopy, right? So he would be required to replace some canopy, but not required to replace with a similar species or even age of the tree. So they're taking it upon, the developer is in fact taking it upon himself to incur extra cost and risk, because there is the risk of the tree location failing and the tree dying. This is what we're talking about, is the concern for the trees themselves. These are old growth oak that we're talking about, or older oak at least. And so the developer has established without doubt that the location service, the relocation service that he's using, are absolutely certified to do this. It's in everybody's best interest that the trees survive, and that the 40% survivability rate actually comes from the county. And what the developer's saying is that there is no venue on earth where a relocation service is going to offer something that resembles a guarantee, because there are no guarantees. So across the board in the county's database and their data that they have access to, they see 40% as a survival rate. One of the things we discussed in the P&Z meeting was the fact that these trees are not leaving this property. So they should have a better than average chance, average being 40%, they should have a better than average chance for 2 reasons. One, they're going to be transplanted essentially into the same chemistry soil. The soil is not going to be radically different The soil will be different, I mean, because the tree has created its own ecosystem. The soil will be different, but it's not gonna be radically different where if you move it to a whole different lot or miles away and all of that stuff. The second reason these trees have a better than average chance of survival is that the canopy will not have to be trimmed as greatly as if they had to be prepped for loading onto a flatbed truck and transportation. So the fact that the canopy will not have to be so extremely, reduced to accommodate flatbed transportation, in addition to the fact that the soil on the lot should be similar, we're establishing not identical because the tree has to create its own ecosystem once it gets planted, which is the timeframes that we're talking about in terms of allowing that root ball to basically be removed in a healthful way, then transplanted in a healthful way, then cared for in a healthful way, and that process needs diligence, maintenance, and time. So that's, I believe, Councilperson Winter's primary concern is do we have everybody in place to take care of, is everybody on board to take care of these trees long term? As opposed to, we moved them, bye, right? And then the second concern becomes, okay, great, are they gonna survive? So that's the discussion here. And so the developer has said consistently, you're not gonna get a guarantee on survival. I mean, I guarantee you the developer wants that guarantee. The developer is not looking to pour, good money after bad, right? So, yeah, I think that's the same. And so that's where we're at. We want to know that these trees that are perfectly, there's some debate about whether they're perfectly healthy, but these trees that are healthy right now, that's the concern. So we're going to traumatize them. They're going to move them. He's saying he's already applying for permits. Whether he builds on the property or not, they've already made the decision to relocate these trees just on the lot, just as is. Forget development. So what he's saying is the tree, that's what he's not being challenging, I don't think, to the council person. He's just establishing, I'm already applying for these permits and we're gonna move these trees. And the concern from the residents and the council is, is everybody on the same page with the highest chance of success? Because it's not just the council, it's not just the residents, but it is in fact the property owner as well who would like this to be successful, because otherwise, what are we doing here? So it's, right now we're having a discussion of what kind of guarantees can people offer.
Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
I may need some help from the planner on this. I don't have the Dade County tree ordinance in front of me, but by recollection, and Ms. Hammonds, please correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is that when you choose to relocate a tree, if the tree does not survive, you are then obligated to do the replacement that you were allowed to undertake instead of relocation. If the relocation fails, I believe you're then obligated to do the replacement that was your other alternative. Is that your understanding as well?
I would agree, yes.
Yeah. So the only point I make is that it may be an unsuccessful relocation, but that does not allow a developer to evade the responsibility to make sure that there is some adequate, according to the county ordinance, replacement if the relocation fails. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. We were at the public, right? So you're next.
Yeah, I was just going to say, thank you for the explanation. Thank you for doing it. Appreciate that. And then I just had one other quick follow-up. If it fails and you go with the thank you for the clarification. That was my follow-up question. If it does fail though, and you do have to go to replacement, I guess just in general, what percentage of canopy actually gets replaced? Just for my own edification. 1 for 1. Okay. Okay.
I'm
He
not
says 1 to 1.
certain of that without the ordinance in front of me, but the county tree ordinance is, I can just tell you, it's a pretty strict ordinance, but I without it in front of me, I can't answer you directly, and I don't know that Ms. Hammonds could either.
All right, thanks.
I will say,
Hello.
Yeah, just real quick, I will say for the public's benefit, a lot of times when we're talking, we do talk about canopy, we do measure canopy, but then also thickness of the trunk is also. So I think that's part of also why the attorney's reluctant to say, oh yes, 1-to-1 on canopy, because there's probably language in there that references diameter of the trunk. So you might be able to get away with less canopy, but the diameter of the trunk is the same, meaning the tree size is, in theory, similar. So, but again, yeah,
And it may be, Councilman, that it's like how much canopy when you first install the replacement, but how long will it take it to spread if it's a healthy new tree with the same diameter or similar diameter trunk before, is it a canopy that'll occur in 6 months? Is it canopy that'll match in 12 months?
So the short answer is there's lawyers involved. Yeah.
Mr. Leon.
Oh, hi, yeah, Marcus Leone, 456 Northeast 88th Street. So I live right behind this one, and so last time when I was here for my first P&Z, it looked like there was gonna be 3 new homes built on the property. I must have missed the planning and zoning.
Yeah, they're going to maintain the structure that exists there now.
Right.
They've decided that the bones are good and they have something that they can remodel and modernize, as far as, update, I should say. And then that leaves them still with the other 2 lots that they intend to develop, which is lot 13 and 14, which we're discussing tonight. So they did pare back their original plan to build 3 new structures. They are now building 2, and then looking to preserve the existing structure that's there right now.
Okay. Well, I mean, my comment then is like, I'm gonna be looking at this thing every day. I happen to like it decently. It looks pretty good, but a lot of the questions I had, actually, the attorney just answered related to the tree and replacement. So, I mean, I've been around construction my whole life. So if they do move that tree, there is some sort of ordinance in place for the replacement?
There is a county tree ordinance, very strict one.
Right.
If you elect, you can elect to replace or relocate. But if you elect to relocate, my understanding, again, it's not in front of me, but that's why I checked with the planner. My recollection, my understanding is if you elect to relocate and the tree dies, that doesn't mean, well, I tried. It means now you have to go ahead and do the replacement that was your other alternative originally. You don't just get to say, hey, I tried, the tree died. You still have to go back and make sure that you do what is considered an adequate replacement under the county tree ordinance. I just don't have the answer to the gentleman's question as to what, if it's, I don't think it's 100% of canopy originally, because the idea is that it's gonna grow.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, I walk that corner every day. I happen to think that this lot needs to be built on. I think it's a lot of dead space, but I love the trees, and I think that the tree coverage is very important. So if there's some sort, I mean, there's nothing guaranteed, right? It sounds like, and I know the relocation part is the option's more expensive than probably any other option. I would like to see the aesthetic of that area maintained. I love the look of this, not 100%, but I think it looks pretty good. I like all the foliage. I mean, do you intend to build, again, I'm gonna be looking at this out of the back of my house every day. Do you intend to actually put all of that foliage in on the second story and shrubbery? Yep. And the tree that I saw in the handout behind the house, that will go in? Okay. Is that new, or was that another?
Relocated tree.
So you're relocating it to behind the house?
Yeah. Close to the back of the house. Here
Close to the back of this house?
The rear, yes.
Okay. Because that could overhang on the back of my property.
So we're trimming the canopy, we're letting it extend, but it will be similar to the one that exists next
Not
door.
that I mean, there is just like physical ramifications potentially of the tree, and
It's like any tree. Look at Mr. Winter's property.
That's actually one of the largest disputes in the village. Like, if you come across any long-running neighbor feuds in the village, almost every single one of them has to do with overhanging trees or invasive root systems.
Yeah, I have some beef with my neighbor's mango tree, but that's not for here. Yeah, okay, well, I mean, I guess it's not perfect, but I'd definitely be more curious to see, as you're building, how that actually plays out, since it's so close to my property then, because that, not that I disagree with it, but I do think it presents some real concerns then, so.
They build your property probably, it's kind of a newer property.
Oh, no, mine's old, we added on to it.
Yeah, but it was developed at some point in time.
Sure.
The good thing is, like, as you can see, we're far behind, like, we're 25, 30 feet away from the rear of your property.
Sir, I apologize for interrupting, but because we do keep a record, when you're speaking, you should speak into the microphone so you can be heard, even though that means displacing
So
Mr. Leone.
Thank you. The part or the back of the house is about 30 feet from the rear property, so we're not.
In the tree?
And the tree is the tree is gonna be, the tree is gonna be in the middle, but closer to the house.
Okay,
Or house.
okay, okay. All right. I mean, I think it actually adds privacy for me, which I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I couldn't tell when I looked at that plan that they showed me if it was like abutting the property line, which the roots and all sorts of things could be a concern if that was the case, but if that's not the case, and I just need to look at it again, but I'm glad you clarified it.
And Marcus, I want to add that part of Miami-Dade Durham requirements is a bond. So let's say the tree dies, then we're forced to replace the canopy. Let's say we don't replace the canopy, the bond is an insurance, and the county will step in, use that bond, use the bond money that we pay as an insurance to replace the canopy.
To the best I'm able to understand trees and arborists, thanks, I appreciate the answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leone.
Saverio Molesardi, I'm the adjacent neighbor in 476 Northeast 87th Street. I'm just very surprised. I was never notified of this. I had to find out in the last couple of days. I'm gonna have this next to my house. I'm very worried about my privacy, the canopy, and the flooding. I think we need to discuss how these things happen, because, you know, it's not very nice that you find something like this from one day to another.
Alexia Fernandez, 374 Northeast 85th Street. I was looking at the addendum items, and I noticed that the lot size is around 5,700 square feet. And I just want to double check that I'm correct on that and what the square footage is of the house. And I'm wondering how the square footage is being calculated with the lot coverage. This is, I think, the first house in El Portal that will have an overhang in the second story. I don't recall any houses in El Portal having this sort of design. And this also calls into question the congruence with the rest of the neighborhood. But code-wise, I just question if we have the knowledge and we are making an informed decision of how the square footage is being calculated in percentage with the lot size, and given that there's going to be two other homes being built in an area that right now is just greenery.
Thank you.
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 36th Street. My question is kind of related to the former one, the previous one, and is actually touching a point that they made in a review before, where obviously the building on the second floor is a lot bigger than what is the actual footprint. So I believe that that should be taken into account. You know, you can't just say this is under the 40% coverage when you
if you see the floor plan versus the lot size, is covering a lot more than that, in my opinion. That's.
Thank you.
Denise, 173 Northwest 88th Street. So first of all, I'm so sorry. I had to come up here and give you a hard time too, because my friend Marilyn, she's in the audience, and she might think that I'm just giving her developers a hard time. No, Marilyn. I am worried about flooding. Now this is humongous. That is really, really big. Did we do the ratio? Did we find out if it fit in there? That's number one. Number two, besides the ratio and whether it fit in there, let's talk about flooding, okay? Because that's really big. And I think that would look better in Wynwood, right? And it would. That's a Wynwood house. Now, again, I don't want to stop anybody from being creative. It is very, very beautiful. And if I was going to Wynwood, I would want that house. But I'm in El Portal, so that's the issue. And I've been here since how long? 12 years old. Don't forget that, okay? But these meetings are really long, guys. Like, this is a really long meeting. And they said trees like 50 times, so I wanted to strangle somebody. And I know this is very important. This man want to get his building built and stuff like that. But again, my neighborhood, I hope somebody who moves in here is going to care about our neighborhood. I really, really hope that. And again, his neighbor that's behind him, I hope you don't get flooded. Amen.
Thank you.
I was like sitting by the vents. Hi, guys. Adam Simon, 360 Northeast 85th Street. So I had a question for Urban, what's it, Anders Urban? Yeah. One of the things you said with this house, and it's a beautiful house, by the way, was that he had two choices. One was to replant the trees or just cut them down, and he chose to replant them. Is that what I heard?
If he cut them down, he would just be getting new specimens to plant as opposed to.
Who manages those new specimens?
As far as manage?
Yeah, like if he wants to put in little tiny, cat palms, like who manages? If you're cutting down oaks, which again, there's two options: you move the oaks or you chop them down. I've lived here since 2012. I didn't realize that I could just cut my oak trees down.
No, sir, you can't.
But I can if I replace them with canopy, right?
But there has to, the specifications it's a county ordinance that applies throughout the county. They supersede most local ordinances unless you have something that's more intense.
But who manages that?
I'm trying to answer. The specifications, first of all, on what you can do to replace are, I mean, it's a very thick ordinance. What kind of tree, it doesn't have to be the same species, but what kind of tree you can substitute and what kind of canopy it has and how many inches of diameter it has and how tall the tree is, thick, and how much it's expected to grow and over what period of time. Those are all specified very strictly in the ordinance, and as you heard correctly from the developer, if you choose either option, if you choose to relocate or to replace, you've got to post a bond, and the county inspects. They follow that up to see if there's going to be, now they work in conjunction with village staff as well, but if the relocation, for instance, fails, the person is indeed obligated to then do a replacement, and failing that, if it's not done or it's not done right or it's not done in some reasonable time frame, the county will step in, forfeit that bond so it's not at the public's expense, and use that and itself, through its own system, install replacement. And there is active monitoring. Now again, I don't have it in front of me. I can't tell you whether they monitor it for 6 months or for a year or for 3 years, I'm not certain of that. Again, I don't know if Ms. Hammonds happens to know the answer to that, but.
No, I don't know how long they monitor.
But that's specified in there too, and there is some continuous period. I mean, probably tomorrow I could find out, exactly how long the monitoring is, because it's not necessarily just what's in the ordinance. There are rules that implement or laws like that, and it may be, in protocols or rules, but who monitors it essentially is the people who hold the bond, which is the county. There is monitoring. It's not, you can't just stick in some little sapling, because that won't even qualify under the ordinance. I mean, this is a very strict ordinance.
But what you're saying is it's not oak for oak. Like if he
not-
chopped down a 60-year-old oak tree, 80-year-old oak tree, and replaced it with a palm tree, as long
You
as.
can't do that. I can tell you right now, you can't replace an oak with a palm. There are some requirement, if it was, maybe a black olive or maybe something else, but no, you can't put a palm. It's not up to you. It's what the ordinance allows, and it's very strict. It is not just whatever you feel like, where you can say, hey, I'm going to put it, because palm trees don't provide canopy, really. So, no, that's not acceptable. I know that under the ordinance. They're very strict. It's not mandatory that it is the same species. If it, you may be able to do a Royal Poinciana, but no, not a palm tree, and there are rules.
Okay.
What works and what's permitted and what's not, and you must comply with the county ordinance, and they have arborists, and who monitors it for whatever that period is the county, sometimes working in cooperation with the city.
And does anybody know the potential? I think Charlie's question was a good question. I don't know if anybody would be able to say, oh, there's a 60% chance of life, but does anybody know like what the success rate could be on taking an oak tree that might be 100 years old and moving it?
Depends, by the way, even if it's not a healthy tree, you may have the right to take it down, but you still have to replace. The answer to your question, honestly, is what it could be, because what they're going to give you is some county-wide average, which, as Councilman Urban correctly points out, isn't really necessarily applicable to this circumstance, because there is a big difference if you're, in a 10-acre lot and you're moving something to some corner that's different than in a small area like this, where you're not, loading it, as the councilman correctly said, you're not loading it on a flatbed and hoping it doesn't get too much damaged on the way. You're moving it to the same kind of soil in the same area. So, yes, they could give you some estimate, but the truth is, that's, like a Ouija board. It really doesn't predict. Now, you may be able, from a good relocation expert, if that's, what we're being told is being used here, I have no reason to question that, but if it's somebody who's very qualified and has a lot of experience and knows what they're doing, maybe they can give you a better estimate of the chances of survival than what you would get from the county. But the fact is, in some sense, it's always 50-50, because it's either going to make it or it's not. But the main point is, under the ordinance, you can't get away with not giving it your best shot. If you did that, you'd be wasting a lot of money trying to move it and keep it alive, and still find yourself having to do the other alternative that you could have done from the beginning. So you're kind of betting that it's going to work, or you're making a big financial mistake.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, per our charter, if we go after 11 o'clock, we have to make a motion to continue to have the meeting. So, do I have a motion to continue the meeting?
Mayor, you should specify how long.
Let's make it an hour. Do I have a motion to continue the meeting until 12 midnight?
I'll move to allow the meeting to continue to midnight.
Thank you
Second.
very much, Councilperson Erba. Second by Councilperson Winters. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Hearing none. Anybody else from the audience? Anybody else from the audience, lot 13?
Yes, good evening. My name is Werner Dreyer, 486 Northeast 87th Street. Again, very nice architecture. I definitely agree with one of the, members here. It definitely fits in another space. I have concerns about the 2 stories, about the privacy right next to my neighbors, about the communication we have, and also about the trees. I would like to actually see a relocation plan and really understand where those trees are going. I have some concerns, Mr. Zapata, on how this has been being managed, right? Especially the trees. I think there's some findings from Durham specifically on the trees, and I think you're very aware you're being copied on them, right? So I would say I would like to suggest the council first, if we could have some decisive input into your architecture. I understand your architecture comes from Summit, right? If I'm pronouncing it correct, based out of Bolivia. I have no issues if it's offshore, but I've seen the standard products that you offer. They look very nice in a very open space, right? Which maybe Sao Paulo, maybe, but I do have my concerns about the historic, my house being a 1930s and having 2 massive structures in front of mine, especially on 87th Street. As you guys all know, there's no 2-story homes, right? We are in lots that are approximately, all homes have a 1 bedroom or 2. We're constructing 4 bedrooms, 4.5 bathrooms in one of them, and the other has a massive structure as well, which is 3 bedrooms, and I think it's three what is it, 3 restrooms or 3.5?
You have to be specific about which property, lot
Well,
13 or lot 14.
lot 13.
And both of them are designed by different architects, because what we want to bring is a variety of architecture to the city.
I'm referencing the first one, was lot 13. It has 4 bedrooms and 4.5 bedrooms.
4.1, 4.5, yes.
Yes, and lot 14 has 3 bedrooms.
And three
3.0.
bedrooms.
Yes. So my concern is about the tree. I moved here 12 years ago. Personally, I see those trees. The trees have been healthy. Actually, I requested a copy of your arborist report, and I'm a little bit concerned that the arborist report doesn't even have an age of the tree. 80% of the tree inventory is marked from a scale from 100 to 0, and 80%, I'm sorry, the scale is from 100 to 0, and 80% of them have a survival rate, a condition less than 55. So if you question yourself, I can show you the report itself. No, but you look a little bit questioning what I'm saying. So I would like to see from an arborist report what is the years of how old trees are, the span of duration, right? And especially a relocation plan, because I think I have asked a couple of the members if they really know what the relocation plan is, and honestly, I don't get a feel of what is being asked. And also, have you considered relooking as an alternative plan, right, to see how we can preserve these trees? Because my concern is, once you build this, perhaps you might sell it, perhaps you might keep it, then whoever takes this ownership, this is not my problem if the tree dies, right?
this is the builders. So I want to make sure also before the council approves that all the DERM findings are closed. Because once you as a city give the approval, DERM's hands are kind of tied up. And these are findings even that occurred since the prior meeting. I have the findings. I have reached out to DERM. And I encourage you, it's all public record data. There's a website. And I asked DERM on Monday if the issues have been closed, and they're not as of this time. So I would urge the council to please consider tabling this until we have all the DERM issues addressed, right? I think you've been copied in this since March the 11th, right, Federico? Mr. Zapata? So, and that's what I'm asking for you. See if we could see if there's an alternative site plan. We can preserve those trees. I think there's questions re-rolling about trees number 13 and number 14. DERM has explicitly asked, why do those trees need to be removed? And I think those answers are still pending from them. They have also requested for alternative plans. I think remarks have been provided. If there's alternative plans, maybe perhaps we can see it with here as the residents. Because again, we're open for new development, right? I like, obviously my property value is going to increase, but we also have to be considerate of what the value of the village is, the trees. And some people might not like it, right? So if we don't like trees, then perhaps we might go somewhere else, right? Like the design district or somewhere else. So, those are my concerns. If you're really open to, making sure we can have some architecture input from the residents, then I'll be open to hear that. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Dre.
Tree relocation plan is part of the package, so you're free to go online
Warner?
and download the tree relocation plan and where every tree goes.
You're saying
Regarding the
I want to talk to you on the stand.
regarding the
I want to talk to
architecture.
you on the stand. I'll talk to you on the stand. Wait there,
just
wait
wait
there.
right there, Warner. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Zapata.
Regarding the modern architecture, both properties have been designed, even though they have a slight touch of modernism, it reflects modern construction materials. And Sanctuary Corner, which is the property over there, it covers and blends Florida vernacular architecture, and it has natural textures and natural materials. And Sanctuary Arbor, it's a strong reference to modern masonry, modern architecture, both of which are part of the design guidelines of the village. And I want to further clarify to you, I'm a village resident. I live on 89th Street. So these houses are going to be our family houses. My mom, sitting there, she's living on the house that exists on the property. She watched the property every day. We cut the grass. So it's of the most of intent to develop these properties for our family, but also to maintain the value and the character of the village. Give me 1 second. I'm ready with my notes. Regarding the 3H on the arborist report, that is not a condition or I haven't seen it. I haven't done multiple properties in multiple arborist reports, but you're free to hire your own arborist report, or we can have a call with my arborist to see how they can come up with the age, or perhaps with the information provided, which is plenty, you can get a guess or more or less what the age. But I'm willing to get on a call with you. I can take your number, and perhaps tomorrow you and I can call our arborist so you can get the information. You need to give you assurance about the information that you want. I'm more than open. Like I said, I live on 89th Street. We can meet at my house. We can meet at my house and do that. So, and The last point is if we want to meet with my arborist, so it gives you, or the tree relocation company, so to give you assurance, we can meet at the property once we start working on the tree relocation. So to give you and give everybody assurance and also provide you with the approved tree relocation plan. And like I said, the tree relocation plan is part of our submittal package.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Mr. Dreher, because Councilperson Winters wants to speak to you.
If you want to go to the stand really quickly. So I very much appreciate you bringing that document to our attention. Was it part of our documents here? Because I did not see it.
No.
Mr. Sorry.
I submitted a public request to Durham.
Okay.
And it's actually, there's a website where it's Durham Public Records website. You can actually enter the folio numbers, and that information is available to the public. There's even additional more emails concerning what happened. And I'm also concerned, there's this notice, and yesterday, I think there was also some, I'm not gonna say explicitly, but there was some, my cameras, there was some truck with a big pole next to one of the trees. So that is concerning, specifically, Mr. Zapata.
It's called a soil testing, and that's for my engineer to do, to figure out what's the structures that we're gonna use. So it's called a soil test report, so you know.
Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Dreher, when you just speak, try to speak into the microphone so we can capture it for the transcript.
And my other request was if we could get input into the architecture of the structure, see if there's, you said you submitted some alternative site plans to Durham, see if that's available for us to see.
I'm gonna talk specifically about Sanctuary Corner. It's not a square property, it's a triangular shaped property. And if you look at the front, or setbacks, the setbacks are specified by the code limits the amount of buildable space. Unfortunately, I didn't plant this tree. The tree is right in the middle of where the property is. So there's no way, unless the citywide changes the code so we can build up to the property line away from the tree, there's no way for anybody to come and exercise their legal rights of developing this property. But we tried as much as we can. That's why I'm telling you, we're relocating the tree. We're not chopping the tree and planting new ones. We're making an expenditure to do. And regarding the permit, there's two open comments. And one was about the tree relocation plan, and that was submitted today. It's a public record. The second one is a building process number, which we obtained this week, and it was provided. So feel free to check tomorrow, Friday, and you should see the approval.
Again, I'm asking about the alternative site plans. If, in order for us to preserve those trees, right, have you guys considered from a development standpoint other development considerations? Again, the trees are there. I know they're in your property.
So a tree on original state has a tree protection or a root barrier, and that extends wide. So what we're doing with the tree relocation is, with time, and it takes about 4 or 6 months, then that's the professional company that does it, reduce this the root ball so it can be replanted. On Sanctuary Corner, there's no way to develop that property without relocating the tree because it sits right in the middle of the property. So I don't have, we looked at multiple plans. Give me 1 second. We did look at multiple avenues, but this is a challenging site. And I can tell you, I can assure you as builder and as architect that that's the only way to develop that property, that corner property, is to relocate the tree or remove the tree and replant the canopy.
The reason why I asked Mr. Zapata, this is just feedback from Durham. So it says explicitly, preserving trees also has to do with the type of development being.
Speaking to the mic, if you can,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Dreyer.
So sorry about that. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. Repeat what you just said.
So the reason for the question, if we can see some alternative plans, based on my inquiry to Durham, this is their feedback. Preserving trees also has to do with the type of development being allowed. Structures with large footprints, right? Large footprints. Give me a second here, please. Footprints and more than just one floor makes the tree preservation even challenging. I don't mean to give you my back here, sorry. Even more challenging, especially trees with growing, spreading canopy, such as the ones that we have. That's where my concern is. I'm an entrepreneur. I don't want to kill anybody's idea. I welcome new development as well. But again, I please urge you to consider the trees. That's why we move here. Also the harmony of the village, the historic precedence. I live in a house which is a different architecture style. Unfortunately, you know, we have a document that they say it's not on the code, but you know, in good faith, I know you live here. One of the reasons why you move is because of the trees, the historic charm, probably. You know, I hope you understand where I'm coming from. I don't want to, I don't have anything against.
No,
yeah.
I totally understand, and that code, that section specifically has been approved. So we already showed Durham all the possibilities to develop this property, and that's why it was that comment was approved to relocate the tree.
That comment that was just read into the record, is that, we don't have that document, correct? Can you, when you get a chance, can somebody please either send myself or myself and the clerk that document?
I'll send you all the findings, the respective findings, the communication I've had with Durham, and also the link where all the findings have been placed according to Durham. So that's where I'm at. So again, we welcome you into the community. I know you said you're part of the community. Whoever the investors are, I can see from the looks in the audience, I can read their expressions, right? Your mom is very nice.
That's my mom and my stepdad.
And the stepdad, yes. So I've seen them. So you know, we'll welcome to you, but just understand, you know, we all want to, you know, profit out of this, but take in consideration the residents that we've been living here, and again, you know, I live right across the street. You bring up a $2 million home, my property value is going to increase. I get that. I don't have an issue with that, but I also have to balance it out. We have trees, we have the historic piece of the village, so you know, we need to respect that. I feel as
Thank you.
much as we can. So that's why I'm requesting, see if we could have an alternative design. I know CEMOD, the architecture design and architecture is based out of Bolivia. I've seen the website. They have
we are the architects, and
all right.
The specific property in question is that one, and we are the architects.
This is
All right.
concerning 13 and 14. I know that's 13.
Mr.
All right,
Mayor,
we
I have not finished my questions, Mr. Dreyer. I kind of got interrupted there.
All right, go ahead,
Thank
Councilperson. Let's also, you guys, let's refrain from talking about like people's facial expressions and things like that. All right, thank you.
So if you go back to the stand, please. So this is nothing on you. I completely trust you, but we've had some instances lately that have been weird. You 100% verify that this is a true document from Durham. It was not made up. It is actually from the, right? Not questioning you, I'm just saying, say yes or no.
Correct.
Correct, okay. So when it says on here that on March 13th, they were told to cease and desist from any authorized work, including the unlawful tree removal work. This is all from something that was from the actual Durham website, or you got a public records request?
It's public records. There's a website. You enter the folio number, and it generates all this information. There's additional emails too. Yeah.
So this means with what Councilperson Erbaum said earlier, we don't have two choices. They don't have the ability to just cut down the trees. They only have one, which is to move the trees. So I think that's still what we have to work with at this point.
Yeah, but this is one point here, Councilperson Winters. There's also additional findings where Durham, you can even look it up on the website, where they're requesting alternative site plans. They're also requesting why trees 13 and 14 have to move, right? So these findings are still open with Durham as of yesterday. So I would suggest before approval, Councilperson Winters, let's have Durham finish their findings and perhaps move from there. So I would hate that because of this city approval, then we tied up Durham's hands on trying to do their jobs. So that's where I'm coming from.
And I very much appreciate it. So in this case, I think there's a lot to be thought about with this development. Maybe if we have certain conditions on the vote, including that all these germ problems all are fixed within a month, otherwise we got to bring it back to council. How would you feel about that?
I would like to actually, yes, the Durham findings, right? I would feel a little bit more at ease here, right? Where are we at with the findings? We contact the Durham management, have them, give us the final say. Also see if we could have some feedback into the architecture design that, we can all feel okay with it, right? That would be the condition. And that's basically it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the audience? Go ahead, say your name and address for the record, sir.
Sergio Hevia, I live at 8750 Northeast 4th Avenue Road, right across the street. So I was going to make a point, Mayor, but I want to confirm first from the council member that this is the Durham document we're going to go off of. I am not an arborist. I am not an architect. I'm just a guy. So we're absolutely 100% sure that that document we're going off of is what is from Durham, is confirmed. So what you're saying, just so I'm clear, is there's no option to cut the trees down. I'm just confirming that. I didn't ask, are you confirming that?
Am I confirming what?
That we don't have the option to cut down the trees.
According to that document that says cease and desist, is there a new document since then?
I'm just asking a question, Councilman.
I'm just going by what
I don't know anything about Durham.
a document that was just given to me tonight for the first time by what it said.
So then can we say that the option is still there that the trees can be cut down?
I don't know.
And replaced? Okay, so then we can't make the argument that we're making that says we should redesign because the trees have to stay. This gentleman's made numerous points about we have to redesign or consider redesign because we can't cut down the trees or we can't move the trees. I hear a lot of points that really are just kind of going everywhere. So
I have some ideas to help you out. We'll get, when we get to the end with everyone else talking, I'll bring them up so we can try and make it work for you, okay?
Okay, I just want to confirm because I believe the option is still there that the trees can be cut down. So that's all the point I want to make. And it is costing us or Federico or Project Land more money because of that, right? So
of course.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Scott Kobrick, 8525 Northeast 4th Avenue Road. So just a couple quick points. So I didn't exactly see, didn't get the email, but I didn't see where the trees are being relocated to. But my questions are just, I guess, first of all, I just want to make a statement, I guess, that it is Earth Day today, so it's a little bit of an interesting time for this topic. Obviously, El Portal is El Portal for the reasons that it is. Our trees are extremely important to us. And if I think we just look at it through that lens, then I think anybody who is, has a property, if we all follow the guidelines of, the tree's in my way and we need to build around it, and we need to remove it in order to build, El Portal will be left with no trees by the end of that. Having said that, I do realize that at this point, El Portal does not have a more stringent tree ordinance than the county. Other municipalities do, and I believe that El Portal being Tree City and this being so important for us, it should be something to consider for the future to potentially have our own tree ordinance and some more guidelines provided by our village ourselves that are potentially even more stringent than the county guidelines. But at this point, we don't have that, so we have to go with the county. Now, I just wanted to comment on the potential site plans and revisions, because I do remember that there was another property that was being built recently that made serious attempts to go around the trees, the existing trees, in order to not have to cut down the oak trees. I believe they elevated up the foundation of the house in order so that they wouldn't affect the roots, as well as other elements I think that they did not have to affect. Personally, I believe that the chance and likelihood, I do know a fair amount about trees, and I think the likelihood that these trees will survive is not great, and I think that something extremely important to their survival would be, first of all, pruning them back majorly, which, obviously almost defeats the purpose of what we're trying to keep here, as well as that they need to be watered very, very consistently. So I don't know if there's any sort of condition that would need to be made that there's some sort of sprinkler systems added to ensure that these trees are watered, because otherwise, if they're not watered every single day, they're not going to make it. So on that note, as far as the site plan, potential revisions or anything, I just wanted to see if there was any thought about, different plans that wouldn't have to move these trees. And I don't really know where they are, but I hope that everybody else does know exactly what's being removed and where they're going. But anyway, that's it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Colbert. Ma'am? 1 second.
Alexandra Baza, 120 Northwest 86th Street. I just wanted, I am a trained architect. In regards to your opinion that it's impossible to do anything else other than cutting the tree because of the shape, is because you're trying to force a shape into a lot that doesn't belong, in my opinion. The other question that I have is, when the staff recommendation is for approval, under what grounds it says that is presented is in harmony with the rest of, in harmony with the general intent of purpose? What is your criteria when you determine the harmony with the rest of the neighborhood? Because it doesn't seem like it goes with anything else that we have, despite of, it's a good design for anywhere else, but I just don't know how is this harmonic with anything else that we have in the neighborhood. So I would like to understand how do you determine that this is harmonic with the rest of the neighborhood?
Okay, we'll answer all the questions. We'll answer the questions. Anybody else from the audience? You want to answer? You had a response you want to say real quick.
Just for the record, our initial review with Miami Derm on the tree rendered 4 comments. We provided a response, and if you go online, out of those 4 comments, 2 has been approved, and 2 remain unsolved. And 1 has to be provide a building permit number, which was pulled on Monday, and that has been submitted. The second one, open comment, is related to the reviewer wanted to see a detail of the root ball, once it's root prune, how that detail looks, and also to ensure that the relocation meets the specifications dictated by the code on the root prune size. And those comments were addressed to date, and that's that's also record. There's no open comment related to, and that's not an open question, that was solved, and it was part of the first comment that it's approved online regarding the fact that the only way to develop the property is to relocate those trees.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the audience? Okay. Hearing, seeing none. Back to the council. Oh, come on, Mr. Alvarez. You're good.
So I'm a little bit confused. So I was looking at the plans. I'm looking here, but this isn't giving me what I need. And so I kind of get a sense of what the orientation of the 2 houses are, and obviously it's a very odd-shaped lot. So it does feel to me that at least for one of the houses on the odder shaped after they are split plats is going to make it hard to either have the house or to have trees somewhere that would be big enough for an older growth as opposed to an old growth to actually survive. Like even here in this rendering, which is only worth whatever renderings are worth, it doesn't look like any tree that's on that property now would have a real shot of surviving in what looks like a reduced space. That is to say, the front yard, or whatever we would construe as the front yard, would be pretty small. So for all these relocations, I kind of have, to me, it begs a little bit of a belief that they are going to work in a functional way. And it also kind of actually brings to mind, will the house be so close to the sidewalk that you're looking at a variance situation here? Anyway, that's a question. And another comment, though, is that if the Durham tree report is not closed out, I think you guys should pause the brakes on this. I've said in the past to Federico, it looks like a beautiful house, but there are implications outside of the house. Anyway, tree spacing, positioning, survivability, variance, Durham closures. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alvarez. Anybody else from the audience? All right, seeing none. All right, let's come back to the council. Are there any comments or questions from the council? Okay.
I do have some.
Go ahead.
So, thank you, Mr. Zapata. Okay. You've worked really hard with us to make this happen, and you've really have tried, and you've done your job to meet these demands of this wonderful, crazy forest. I want to tell you that I want to vote yes on this because I believe in your ability and your freedom to buy property, develop a beautiful, strong structure that will stand for 200 years, and someone else will love it. Multiple generations will live inside of it. This being said, I have some, I have some requirements that need to be met in order for the yes vote to have. So I'm going to do a vote, but with conditions. And I'm not even saying that maybe my council members next to me might also have conditions. But these are the conditions I would like to see resolved. First, I did ask for that percentage report. So I'm going to say, if you can give me a certified arborist, and the tree moving company must jointly submit a survivability report within 30 days, showing at least a 51% projected survivability rate for each transplanted oak. If that is not provided, then this would be returned to council in 2 months after a month of deliberation. Number 2, we must also receive a detailed timeline report outlining the methods of preparation for the transplantation, including root ball treatment, canopy trimming, and stagging procedures. Number 3, the builder or you must guarantee daily watering of the transplanted trees for a minimum of 2 years to support the successful rooting and canopy regeneration. Number 4, if any of the relocated trees do not survive, they must be replaced with 2 trees of the exact same specimen and adult age to maintain the expand of our canopy. Number 5, the oak tree and its root system next to the driveway on lot 13 must remain undisturbed. No cutting, no trimming, no root pruning, no impact may occur during or after construction. Because as you know, you're not allowed to move a tree or damage a tree for a driveway. Number 6, Durham obviously has 2 last things they need to clear. So I will say that with this last condition is within 30 days, those last 2 things are cleared. Otherwise, we have to bring this back to council again. But as you said, they're already going to be cleared, so that should be no problem. Are these conditions you'd be willing to work with?
Those are hard conditions. Is the rest of the members in agreement with those conditions?
The clerk is the one who calls the roll. You have to answer Councilman's question.
Those are hard conditions.
Is that a
especially-
motion? Are you making that a
I
motion
did
with
ma-
the conditions?
I first am providing in case my fellow members want to add conditions of their own before I put the motion in.
I definitely don't want to add anything.
It's any motion that you want to make, council, and it can be amended
Okay.
by any other member that wants to add, or if another member thinks one of your conditions is too strict, they
Mhm.
can make a motion to amend to delete that condition, and
Okay.
whatever the majority will of the council is. I don't know if that answers the question, I hope so.
So when I make the motion again, I need to repeat each one, correct?
You should repeat the conditions you want for clarity, and then if any other member wants to amend your motion, once your motion is made and seconded, if there is a second, anyone can move to add or delete conditions one at a time.
I'm really interested. The applicant was about to respond, or you made a blanket statement, and you said those are hard conditions. So I think just so that we know what we are asking you to do, why are these hard conditions? Is it because of how Durham might respond? What
No,
is it?
primarily all his conditions is a monetary expense to hire arborists, which are expensive, just to satisfy his request. Second of all, about watering the trees for 2 years. That's an additional monetary request. In addition to my commitment of following all the procedures and making an additional expense on relocating the trees instead of removing the trees. Because I have, Mr. Gertler, I have also the option to go back to Durham and say, I'm not relocating the tree, and removing and replacing the canopy. How would that affect the boat here if the trees will be just removed and replaced with other ones. So there are very hard conditions that cost a lot of money, and it's not fair to me that I'm making my best and sincere intent to relocate the trees and make the additional expense.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you.
Also, I mean, Councilman Winters spoke to me, you know, off the dais about attaching conditions, and the fact is that this council has very broad discretion if you want to condition approval on certain things, unless something that you were asking was illegal. I didn't listen to as carefully as I might to every single one of those conditions, but I didn't hear any that were illegal. But let me just say that as I said earlier, that if I heard the councilman correctly, he was saying that each replacement had to be of the exact same species in the exact same size.
Not same size, adult.
I'm
Adult.
sorry?
Not same size, adult. Meaning if it's a 100-year-old tree, you know, whatever an adult tree is for an oak tree.
But you did say same species.
Correct, same species,
And
adult.
As I mentioned earlier, I mean, adult is certainly proper. It's covered by the ordinance. You can't just put in some little sapling to replace a 100-year-old tree. But the ordinance is also very specific. As I said, for instance, you can't just put a palm tree. It doesn't provide canopy. Could you do a Royal Poinciana instead of an oak or something like that? There are guidelines, well, not guidelines, they're rules in the ordinance, and I don't know that, you know, 100-year-old or adult oak trees I don't know the market for those. So saying that it must be the same species is your privilege, but it goes well beyond a very strict ordinance that says only certain kinds of trees can replace other kinds of trees that are being removed. Requiring it to be adult is one thing, saying it can only be the same species is strict. It's not illegal. It's your privilege to do that, but that is candidly a very strict condition that goes well beyond the ordinance. I
So
hope that
as
helps.
I understand, there's going to be a $10,000 bond on the trees. Is that correct? And is that bond used at all to pay for a tree if it dies?
Yes.
So, did you hear that, Mr. Geller?
The manager was showing me the list of conditions, but what was it? You asked about
So
a
as
$10,000
required,
bond?
is it required by Durham?
What?
He's going to have a $10,000 bond on each tree, meaning if a tree does
No,
die.
we don't know the amount yet.
Well,
But it's gonna be a bond, for sure.
When we spoke on your property, you said 10,000, so I'm just using that number, that's why.
No.
So,
I can't verify the amount without, you know, speaking to Durham. I don't, if Ms. Hammonds can, she's better than me, but I can't verify sitting here tonight at almost midnight what the amount of the bond is gonna be.
but there is a bond which should be able to pay for
There is a
trees
bond.
little. Yeah.
There must be a bond, and Durham sets the bond. My understanding, again, without the ordinance in front of me, is they don't just have an arbitrary amount. The bond may vary depending, you know, the bond for a 100-year-old oak tree would be different than the bond for a 15-year-old royal palm tree, because the expected replacement cost, should that prove necessary, differs from tree to tree. So I don't know that, I certainly can't confirm the amount for you, but it is set, my understanding is set by Durham in a varying amount depending on the tree and the projected replacement cost. I'm just looking at your list, sir. And thanks to the manager for writing it.
Councilperson Winters.
All right, I'm going to make a motion to approve under conditions actually, these conditions are going to be used for both properties, number 13 and number 14.
All right, so
Sorry.
one second.
Yes.
We gotta take them one by one, Councilperson Winters.
All right,
The
so
properties.
the first property on our
We're on
list
13.
is Lot 13, 8750 Northeast 4th Avenue Road. And the conditions are a certified arborist and the certified tree moving company both jointly submit a survivability report within 30 days, showing at least a 51% projected survivability rate for each transplanted oak. If this is not provided within 30 days, this item on the agenda will return to council in 2 months for further review. Number 2, we must also receive a detailed timeline report outlining the methods of preparation for the transplantation, including root ball treatment, canopy trimming, and staging procedures. Number 3, the builder, Mr. Zapata, must guarantee daily watering of the transplanted trees for a minimum of 2 years to support successful rooting and canopy regeneration. Number 4, if any of the relocated oaks do not survive, they must be replaced with 2 trees of the exact same species at adult age to maintain and expand our canopy. Number 5, the oak tree and its root system next to the driveway on lot 13, lot 13, must remain undisturbed, meaning no cutting, trimming, root pruning, or impact may occur during or after construction to that tree next to where the driveway will be lying. Number 6, Durham has not cleared its concerns regarding tree removal, so the builder, Mr. Zapata, has 30 days to identify and resolve the issues flagged by Durham. If those concerns are not closed within that window, the matter will return to the council in 60 days. Thank you.
He needs a second, if he has a second.
Just to clarify my previous comment, the council doesn't have to approve this, so you can set conditions, and the conditions you set can go, they can be strong conditions because you don't have to approve, but unless you set a condition that's actually illegal.
Of course.
However, I should clarify by saying that if the conditions you set are legal but not reasonable, then by conditioning approval upon conditions that are not reasonable, you could be in a situation where the applicant has legal rights to challenge the reasonability of what is essentially a denial, even if it's couched in other terms. I don't want to state that I think that could happen, or would be successful, but reasonability is a criteria if something might otherwise have been subject to approval but for unreasonable criteria. So that's a little different standard than when I said that the conditions themselves can't be illegal. I didn't hear anything illegal, but the reasonability of them, of some of them, is subject to the eye of the beholder.
Of course. So I think I've taken a little bit of a step back because I would look at my residents over here. If most of them are probably not happy I chose 51%. They want to see 70, 80, 90% of survivability rates. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of heads nod. But the main thing would be I did try and pull back on a lot of these reasonability guidelines, trying to work on both sides of this.
Just as one comment, Councilman,
Of course.
Again, the council has broad latitude about conditions, but I could tell you as a not certified arborist, I have no idea if daily watering or in what amount for 2 years is necessary, or whether in fact a certified arborist, I think we do have a landscape architect out here somewhere, if that's actually harmful to a tree, then ordering something that might actually, and I'm not in a position to say, but if you order something that's actually potentially damaging, that certainly could be, let me say, problematic. I'm being careful in language because I'm here to defend whatever you do. That's my job, and it's not my job to admit error, but I do have to caution you that while I say and in fact your latitude is broad and your discretion is broad, it is not unlimited in terms of reasonability of things, and I'm not in a position to comment on, for instance, that one condition.
Well, it sounds like we need to alter the condition a little bit, because right now, the one about watering for 2 years, what are we talking about, 1 hour, 1 minute, 1 day? So maybe that should be something that needs to be addressed, but it's still watering every day is not gonna hurt the tree.
Well, I mean, you could just, you know, I've never heard that one, but trying to think outside the box, you could say watering for such length of time and in such amount and frequency as is recommended by a certified arborist, and not put yourself in the position of making the determination, but defer it to someone with expertise that could, you know, include that in the report that you've requested to be furnished within a time certain, and then there's a factual basis for whatever the condition is, as opposed to just an off-the-cuff determination as to what sounds like it might be good.
So I will amend my request to a minimum of 30 minutes per day, and we can move off of that.
What if the tree dies and it was because of additional watering?
Mayor, excuse me, but you need to move to extend again because okay, I'm sorry, thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I think these are very stringent and
I apologize for interrupting, Mr. Zapata, but our time is about to expire. If you need it, if you have to extend, you need the motion at this time, Mayor. It's 11:59.
It's 59. We said midnight.
Well, you're privileged to extend it further. I mean, no question about that. The question would be if there's a motion and how much additional time somebody moves to extend it. You can extend it for 15 minutes at a time. If your 15 minutes runs out, you can do another 15 or another 10, depending. And typically, if you're in the middle of something, you can finish whatever your discussion is, but this is not our last item, so.
I move to extend the meeting by 20 minutes.
Approve, yes. Same.
What? I see, okay. Gotcha.
The mayor's actually waiting for midnight. That's what he's waiting for.
Oh, okay.
We're extended until midnight, so I'm waiting for midnight. All right, just hit 12 o'clock. Do I have a motion to extend the meeting
I move to
for
extend-
30 minutes?
I move to extend the meeting for 20 minutes.
Approved, same.
Motion to extend the meeting for 20 minutes. That was Councilperson Urban. We have a second by Councilperson Winters. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none. Keep going.
I just want to propose to Mr. Winters that a reasonable request at this point will be that we will make, let's say, if the trees for any reason do not survive the transportations, that we will make or almost effort to replace it with oak trees.
So instead of asking for the amended 30 minutes, why don't we amend it so that the watering for 2 years goes according to the International Society of Arboricultural requirements, which they have their own thing for a mature oak. it's 30 minutes for a portion of it, it's 45 minutes for a portion of 60. It's according to their well-documented research. This way, it's all according to something that's already been figured out.
That certainly provides a more factual basis for what the condition is. If you're referencing that document and, you know, if the document subsequently itself changes, your approval would theoretically change with it, but then you're tying it to a factual basis as opposed to just an arbitrary one.
Okay.
I do have a question for Scarlett or anyone who knows about trees. Once you relocate those trees, there is some sort of like oversight from what body?
Derm.
Derm. Perfect. I think we have to caution ourselves. Just because we're sitting on this dais does not mean we are arborists or specialists in the fields that we need to be specialists in to opine on some of the minutia of these decisions. I think that at some point we have to trust that there's a body of knowledgeable professionals who are overseeing the process, and if the applicant runs afoul of those, then the ramifications of that, they will incur that, right? It happens if someone decides to extend lot coverage, or they decide to build something in a way that they didn't tell Scarlett before, or if you decide to go rogue and do something with these trees that were not contemplated or discussed in this forum. If we have an issue with what DERM might do, I think a sounder path forward would just be to defer instead of opining on things that might land us into more hot water or might end up giving us the opposite result of what we intend. I am not knowledgeable enough on trees to know the frequency within which this gentleman should be watering them, or knowledgeable on the inner workings of DERM to know whether or not 30 days is a sufficient amount of time for you to receive some sort of resolution. What I see in front of me is that there was something commenced without a permit. I don't know if the thing that you were planning on doing is not allowed. If we do want to have that resolved, let's just defer it. If not, then we should probably stay away from getting so deep into a topic that I don't think we're necessarily educated enough on to really make a sound decision. So I wouldn't be able to support the motion as is. I think we probably, was it a motion? I think we do need to get a second.
But nobody seconded it yet, if there's a second.
A motion approved with conditions, yes, so that was a motion.
Okay. And did you call for a second?
I did.
Oh, okay, there were no seconds.
There wasn't a second yet.
Okay.
I'll
So-
do a-
So the next step would be to either make a motion to defer or make a motion to.
Make some type of other motion.
Yeah.
Or,
Approve
well, you
with
can,
conditions.
any subsidiary motion. You can move to defer the whole matter, again, to a date certain, or a motion, another subsidiary motion would be a motion to amend the motion by adding or deleting conditions. For instance, there was a condition attached by Councilman Winters that said it's a condition is receipt of certain information from DERM within, I thought it was 60 days that he changed it to, but I may be
30.
wrong. But you could leave that and some other conditions and take out the ones that are entirely expert specific, but still leave the approve, but with the condition that this be received, with the understanding that it's a conditional approval, that's why it's called a condition. And it's not going forward sooner than that anyway, because you haven't even begun the process after site plan approval, which, you know, might be conditional. You haven't begun the process of seeking building permits. So you're very far from something actually occurring here, and he still can't do anything with those trees without DERM approval, or face consequences there too. But
certainly you're also privileged to move to defer the entire matter, preferably to a date certain, so it doesn't have to be re-advertised.
For sure.
Any of those things are permissible within the sound discretion of the council.
For sure. I move to accept staff's recommendation on the item.
It's a motion.
She's motion. All right, I just want to close out the first motion that we didn't get a second.
Yes, no.
All right? All right.
She's motion to accept. Is there a second?
What is this motion for exactly?
To approve.
To just
Is it to
accept it
approve?
as is.
You said for your questions? Because I have your questions right here and your answers. I just haven't had a chance to get to them yet and speak.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't know your questions were pending.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Vice Mayor, nothing about your motion implies that there's going to be an immediate vote without those questions being answered, which I think is the mayor's intention. Having a motion on the table and pending is probably best practice. So it's entirely appropriate for you to make the motion. It's been seconded. You're in discussion. And I gather that the mayor's intention is before it gets called for a vote, he will provide the answers. There's nothing at all.
It's not,
It's not only
it's
not
not on you.
improper, it's best practice to
Yeah.
have a motion.
It's not on you, Madam
Perfect. I
Vice
just
Mayor.
never want anyone to feel like
No,
I
you're good.
lost track of them.
Who was the
I didn't know
second?
we had a question out there.
Waiting on a
So
second.
Mayor, you have a motion and a second pending.
Pending.
And back to you, Mayor.
All right, we closed off everybody in the public yet? Did we do that? Because, all right, just making sure we did that. You wanted to speak, correct?
Possibly, yeah, to answer.
Okay, so you go ahead.
To answer, I think one of the questions that I heard from the lady, the resident, I'm one of the co-creators on this project with Federico. My name is Manuel. I live in North Miami. The site plan was originally platted for 3 plots since 1937. This is not a new subdivision that we created. It's been like this since 1937. We are simply now building what was never developed before. In those plots, and I want to be clear about this, there is no alternative site plan that does not involve relocating or removing a tree. It does not exist. Is there any doubt or questions about that? Because we've been entertaining questions all night. We've been going around in circles. Excuse me?
No yelling from the audience. If anybody wants to talk, you guys have to come up.
We've spent a significant amount of time studying with both architects. We've hired external architects, internationally renowned and awarded. We're not going the cheap way around this. I think we've demonstrated to everyone that we've more than put our best foot forward to do what's right by the site, what's right by the environment, and that is to relocate the trees so that homes can be built. For every single person here that owns a home in this village since 1937, and I do say this with all due respect, is a tremendous amount of hypocrisy to think that the homes that your lots were built on didn't require some tree to be removed. 1937, all there was trees here. Okay? Your house, their house. What you see, it's what's left, guys. That land was undeveloped.
All right, so
I'm answering questions about what we're.
All right, so hold on. On both sides, yeah. Don't just talk to us. Don't
Okay.
talk to them. Say your thoughts. Talk to us. Don't talk to them. Don't yell from the audience.
Right.
All right, we're good.
Right. So the lots that we're developing are undeveloped. The trees that we're seeing there is because they've been there since the village was created. We are doing everything in our power, everything that is legal for us to do, to be good stewards of the environment. We want to preserve it. We're not trying to cut it down and just get rid of it. We're going to a tremendous amount of effort to make sure that they they stay and to make sure that they thrive. We don't want to see them go away. And our designs implement that. That's why we have open courtyards. That's why we have glazing looking at the trees. They become the backdrop to these homes. That's why we want light. We are not trying to obstruct nature. We want to bring it into the homes. And that's what the designs portray. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the audience? Anyone else from the council before I get to these?
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah,
go ahead.
I just have one comment. So we've been through a lot since planning and zoning, getting to this spot here. So, my issues are still as far as with harmony with the overall designs. And, in the spirit of following the money, I have to say that understanding the risk that the developer is taking and from a financial standpoint to preserve these trees makes me feel that the overall execution of both of these properties are probably going to be above and beyond my expectations. So I'll just say that it seems clear that regardless of aesthetic taste or objective reasoning, that this is a developer who is demonstrating a willingness to go, above code, above and beyond, and I'm a little bit confused at the direction of this discussion. I thought we were going to have an hour and a half long discussion about the harmony of these two properties from an aesthetic point of view. I am a little bit blindsided by this discussion about the trees, to be perfectly honest, because it seems that we're all on the same page. The developer wants to preserve the trees. We want to preserve the trees. The developer does not have an obligation to preserve the trees, but he's going to go out of pocket anyway to preserve the trees. All of this makes me feel like the project's going to end up being better than what I expect it to be. And so I don't know where I'm going to vote yet, but I have to say I'm a little perplexed at how the angle of this conversation went when we haven't even discussed the harmony of the design. All we've discussed for an hour and a half is something that we all agree on. I gotta say I'm a little bit confused by this.
Thank you, Councilperson Erbaum. Anybody else have anything they want to say?
Scott Kobrick, 8525 Northeast 4th Avenue Road. I just wanted to say that, as this gentleman mentioned about, having those lots, my property has 4 different lots. And if I was, now it's not 1937 anymore, we're in where we are now, where a lot of Miami has already been cut down. And if I were to develop those lots, I would want to do it in keeping with what the village was, and its other residents, and the, core values and and what the village is about. And make sure that, I'm doing that in that way. Also, just comment on the Durham, there's been a lot of talk about the tree ordinance, the county tree ordinance. It's not a very long ordinance, and I think it does say, somebody pointed out that these are specimen trees, which I believe that does require that the canopy replacement is double what's being removed. So I don't know if that's being followed, but it is something that seems to be sort of an unknown to a lot of people in this room, and it wouldn't take a lot to get some more clarity on what that is. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay, I'm gonna run through this really fast. All right, so the gentleman in the back right there that was talking about the notification, and he just kind of found out a couple of days ago. What they have to do, the process they have to go through, is put those signs out. That's the only process that they have to do. And so anybody who sees the property, who passes by the property, you see that white sign. Did you see those white signs that were in their yards? Okay, there was a white sign in his yard for the past couple of weeks. So that's the public notification process. And then after that, he's on the agenda. So that's how that goes for this type of property, residential. Yeah, there's a lot that was talked about the square footage being calculated and the lot size. And, the 3 properties on that lot, a lot of people feel like the lot's just not large enough, or the properties will be too close together. There's not really a question. That was just like a comment. The footprint about the second floor hanging off, we understand that, but just currently the way the law works is the footprint is the building on the ground that takes up green space. And so maybe that's something, you can look into in the future or something like that. But right now, currently, that's what footprint is. So anything that's hanging off the second floor, they're not going to count that in the footprint. It's taking up the green space on the ground. So they're only going to count the first floor when it comes to that. Okay, you guys? When it comes to, there was a lot about flooding. And so 87th Street right there doesn't really flood. It's not a flood zone right here. It's not a flood zone. So there won't be any raised septic tanks or anything like that. There wouldn't have to be. It's not a flood zone. Like I said before, the only concern that I have with septic tanks sometimes is I know a few years ago there were new septic tanks requirements, and I just want to make sure that the requirements are met horizontally, so that that requirement for any septic tanks under those new requirements don't have to be fulfilled vertically, which would raise the ground. But I don't think that's for right now. But that would be my concern. As far as I do have concern about the arborist report, the age of the tree for sure. Alternative site plan, that was brought up a few different times, but there was really no response here. So I'm under the impression that there are no viable alternative site plans at this time. That's what it kind of seems like. Okay, good. Alternative relocation plan, that is something that would be interesting. As far as the tree ordinance and Mr. Colbrick, which brought up a good point about maybe we should have a more stricter tree ordinance. The only thing that I would say about that, and it's kind of, I went over this and I made this point when we were doing the town hall earlier that started at 4:30. We were doing that and I was standing over one of the Sherwood Forest tables. And I said to them, because they were saying the same thing, that we need to have it to where we don't remove any trees or something like that, somebody said, or whatever. And I said, well, you guys, you have to remember that, the way the law works is, and the way government works is, everything at the federal level, takes over everything else beneath it. Everything then at the state level takes over everything beneath it. Everything at the county level takes over everything. So what we have to do is we have to, if we were going to do something like that, we have to be in strict communication with Durham, because they are on the county level, so they supersede us. And right now, the way it currently is that a resident doesn't have to come to El Portal. They go straight to Durham, right? And then the only thing El Portal gets is we just get the paperwork after it's done, and either we're approved or disapproved. We just get the documentation from Durham that we just put in their folders, right, of whatever the home address is, so that it's always there. So I'm not against what you're saying about a stricter, tree ordinance or laws in El Portal that makes taking down trees stricter, but I just think it's a process, and we have to figure out how we would do that to be in communication with Durham, because residents could still be like, well, I don't care, I'll strict this tree. I'll just go above your head and go straight to the county level. So we have to figure that out.
Mayor, you need 10 minutes.
Yeah. Do I have a motion to extend the meeting for 20 more minutes?
So moved.
Moved by Councilperson Winters. Do I have a second? No second. Second by Vice Mayor Martin. Just because we're extending for 20 minutes doesn't mean it has to be 20 minutes, people. All right. So thank you very much. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. All opposed say nay. All right. So that's that. As far as the harmony with the rest of the neighborhood, you're up next. So earlier, Attorney Geller brought up, this was earlier in the meeting, a couple hours ago, and she responded that when they look at what they consider harmonious with the rest of the neighborhood and what they consider like in like the same type of condition of where it fits in, she said that they look at the neighborhood in its entirety, not just the street. So, Ms. Hammonds. Yeah. You're good? Okay, yeah, it's been for standing for a while. So correct me if I'm wrong, but when you guys when you consider that in the approval process, and you look at what is harmonious, and you look at the entire village as a whole, that along with the design and architectural guidelines, Ms. Hammonds, correct? That's how you make that decision, all right? So even though on that street or here on this street, there may not be anything that looks like it, and this may be something in the future we want to change, but I'm just telling you what the law is now, we have to abide by, how they come to that decision. This is your question, right? So they don't just look at this street and say there's no other houses on this street that look like that, or there's no other houses on the street that look as modern as this. They look at El Portal as a whole, and there are other modern houses on the west side already. There's modern houses. I mean, there's a box house that, which they're friends of mine, right? And it's a little different, but even on North Miami Avenue, Etsy's house, is different, but to go with what it's that same type of thought process. There was no other house that looked like that house on the street. There's still no other house that looked like that house on the street, but it was able to go up and exist. You see what I mean? So that might be something we want to change, but currently, right now, where we stand, that's why they're able to get away with that, because of that, the way they look at what harmony is throughout the village. Okay. So I understand what you're saying about there's no overhangs, but it doesn't mean that this can only go up if there's something else that exists just like it. They're saying if they feel like it's harmonious. So harmonious could be, okay, well, this house is like kind of like a box. It might have an overhang, but it's still like a certain type of design to where we still feel like it meets some type of harmony with something else or other things within the village. It doesn't mean that because the house that's over there, Etsy's house, that's on North Miami Avenue, that's the box and like the green, there's no windows on the outside and stuff like that. There was no other house in here to where it looked like it. And there still is no other house on this street that looks like it. But that doesn't mean that another box house with windows might not be harmonious with that house, even though it has no windows. It doesn't have to be the exact same match to be considered harmonious. Now, like I said, we could change that, but currently the way the law reads, that's the way it reads, Okay, I'm answering your question. Doesn't mean I agree with them, just answering the question. And the last thing I would just say is, when you said that there's 2 open items that still have to be resolved, what are those 2 open items that have to be resolved? I think you went over.
Building permit and root ball size and details, which were provided today.
Okay, and that's what I have. Vice Mayor Martin, you had your motion. Was your motion, while we're waiting for a second, you made your motion? Okay.
Yeah, I'm motioned and I'm just waiting for a second.
All right, so in your motion, just repeat it since it's been a little while, Vice Mayor. You just repeat, you
My motion
accept
is
it.
to accept staff's recommendation and approve the item.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Going once. Do we have a second going twice? Do we have a second going 3 times? I would just suggest, you guys, that we table this or defer it.
That's
It
my
doesn't
next
seem like-
motion my motion is to table this to May 27th at 7 p.m.
Appreciate that. Councilperson Urban, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Martin. Madam Clerk, let's have a roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4.
Thank you very much. The next
Mayor,
one.
item G10, resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval for the new.
Wait, do we have to do that for both of those? We just motioned.
First I have to read the item. Can't do anything on it until it's read into the record.
All right.
Resolution of the Village Council of Upper Towel, Florida, granting site plan approval for the new construction of a two-story residence at 8750 Northeast 4th Avenue Road, Sanctuary Corner, Lot 14, in Zone 3, a suburban residence in the Village of El Portal, Florida, and application by Sanctuary Venture LLC, providing for findings, providing for appeal, providing for an effective date. Item G10.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hammonds. Were there any conditions, changes, alterations?
No changes since
No alterations?
planning board approval.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Do I have any comments or questions from the council? Hearing none, do I have comments or questions from the audience? Lot 14. All right, as mayor, I recommend you guys make a motion to defer this one also. But you guys can do whatever you want to do. Any comments or questions from the council or any motions or anything?
I would like to move to table this item to May 27th at 7 p.m.
Councilperson Urban, motion. Do I have a second?
To
I
defer.
second.
To dates, excuse me.
To defer.
What word did I say originally?
Table.
Okay, yes, okay. I move to defer this item to May 27th at 7 p.m.
And we have a second by the vice mayor. Madam Vice Mayor seconded. Madam Clerk, do I have a roll call?
Roll call, Councilperson Winters.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Madam Manager, if you can just say that you have a.
Quickly, I'll just state that the village's legislative request, we're in week 8 in Tallahassee for the legislative session. We're operating without lobbyists this year. I am working with the senator's office as well as our representative's office, and our police station renovations project has made it through both the Senate and the House, and we are on the governor's desk. So we're prayerful that we get the renovation funding in the appropriation this year. Fingers crossed. Second item, code enforcement. Department has changed yet again, and we're back with Mr. Simmons as our full-time code enforcement officer, and he will be splitting his time between us and Fort Lauderdale, where he works in the evenings. So we're happy to have him back, and he's teaching our new code administrator, Ms. Tarika Williams, bringing her up to speed, and we'll be working on getting her certifications and what have you so that she can then replace him in the months to come. Also, I want to remind residents that the bulk pickup is next week. It is Tuesday, April 29th through May 1st, so it is next Tuesday through Thursday. And also that we will be holding our second and third zoning code town workshops, town forums, and that will be on May 27th here in the Village Hall at 4:30, just preceding the Village Council meeting, and then on Saturday, May 31st, and that time has not been confirmed just yet, but I will keep you posted. There are several other things the village is working on, but I have one more week before this month is over, and there's more to add, so please do consult the village website for the manager's report for the month of April 2025. That concludes my report.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Let me just point out really quickly that for all the changes that we're doing, we're updating our code and how, it's costing us $60,000. Last budget season, I purposely, last budget season, what's going on there? Last budget season, Manager Lou and I remember sitting in their office and we were like, we never get nothing from the lobbyists. And we were like, let's just take it out and we use that money somewhere else. And that money essentially is going to redo our entire code for our community. It's the same amount of funding. So so we did that and we just cut it out. So we're like the only municipality with no lobbyists, but we're just doing it ourselves and getting it done. So there you go. So we're trying to save money wherever possible. Appreciate you guys. My mayor's report is there. If anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out to me. You guys know how to get in touch with me, Attorney Geller.
No reports.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Anybody for the last good and welfare? There was a woman that was in. I think she left. She came for the last good and welfare, but it's all good. All right. Anybody else for the last good and welfare? No, he did it. He was agenda item. Yeah, it was agenda item.
Yeah, I said my piece at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
You gotta
Mayor,
find out who the white people are in your lives and call them out.
Then Mayor, let me say, Friday, was the 250th anniversary of Paul Revere's ride, and Saturday, last Saturday, the day they had no Kings rallies all around the country, was the day, the 250th anniversary of the battles of Lexington and Concord that started the American Revolution. Great days.
Thank you very much, Attorney Aguilar. I appreciate that. Anybody else good in welfare? Come on.
Just quickly want to add two things. Number one, there was some talk between the council and some residents that those of us who feel that we are looking out for aspects of life and lifestyle here in El Pretel as regards design, scope of projects. There will be a lot of disagreement, but I don't think anybody's looking to poo-poo anybody's dream. I'm not looking to poo-poo anybody's dream. I think most people who spoke are looking for a way forward that is a little bit more of a compromise than what it seems we're being faced with, whether it comes to trees, whether it comes to design, whether it comes to scope, whether it comes to lot coverage. These are things that we have to address. And like I said before, tonight might be the first night of the rest of El Pretel's architectural and cultural and financial history. I think it's important that we earnestly regard current residents, long-standing residents, their goals, and what benefits them as well. Nobody's looking to poo-poo anybody's dream house. And if you listened to the comments tonight, the comments that were made were a little bit different towards the dream houses, or what were purported to be the dream houses. And at no point were the comments utterly dismissive of any of the projects that were proposed tonight. Secondly, I missed the meeting at 4:30, and we're going to look to modernize code. We're going to have more sessions. The next one, May 27th? And then another one
On
about
Saturday, that Saturday.
another one about a month later, so a Tuesday and a Saturday. So I'm urging everybody who's actually still here, this is awesome. Make sure that the Village of El Pretel has your email, because you're going to want to participate in this. Whatever tonight was is going to be continued in a way that we can shape. So don't miss your opportunities. All four of you out there, thank you, council. I wish you a good night. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very
residents.
much. Appreciate it. Anybody else good in welfare? Hearing, seeing none. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion moved by Vice Mayor Martin, second by Councilperson Erbaum. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none. The council meeting, regular council meeting for Tuesday, April 22nd, it's now April 23rd, is adjourned at 12:34 a.m.